Stressful. Holy shit, that was some crazy timing. I had Chuck back here too, and like I'm like, okay, I sent you as soon as I sent you the link, everything like went, all my lights went off, and I was like, oh no.
That's convenient.
The weather's been shitty here. We've had some nasty storms the last 2 days. So, it happens. Hopefully it does not happen again. Fingers crossed. Dear Lord. So I was actually just talking to Chuck about the way I kind of was making the thumbnail. I wanted it to be able to serve multiple topics, right? And we were just talking about people thinking for themselves rather than like going with the group think and ending up in, holding positions that they may not necessarily usually hold themselves. I think there's been a lot of that lately.
I think it's almost exclusive, and I think most people aren't even capable of original thought, and the remaining don't engage in it. That includes intelligent people. I would include myself in that. I think maybe I've had a single or maybe two original thoughts in my life, and neither one was very helpful or constructive. We just pretty much regurgitate what was programmed into us.
Exactly. Hi, Chuck.
Hey, hey.
Y'all plugged in and good to go?
Yeah.
I just sent RLM the link too. I'll get it posted in the chat shortly, guys. I want to give
But see, I think my schooling was different from y'all's schooling. We were taught to think and do, as opposed to the change I saw was when Common Core came into play. That seemed to be the biggest change I've seen in education.
well, that's even looking at it looking directly at real education, right? I think all of life is a school. Every day we're still learning and figuring out, who we are, what we believe, and it's constantly evolving. Um, but I don't know. We seem to lose a lot of shit too. That I mean, look at the idea. If we had no internet and electricity and all of that shit, right? Um, there's a lot of people who wouldn't know how to do anything for themselves anymore.
Yeah, sometimes I think that the internet is a hindrance sometimes, in my opinion. Go ahead, D. I'm sorry.
Notice that during my education, the quality of education went down. I also moved around the country a lot and noticed the varying quality of education in different states. And
For sure.
I would be inclined to believe that Chuck did receive a higher quality of education than we did as a result of that, because it certainly got worse after I left school, and got worse while I was in it. Like when I was younger, quality of education was higher than when I left. But at the same time, these people do kind of slip the mask sometime and tell you what they're about, and it's not exactly a secret that our schools are deliberately designed to create employees and soldiers, people who follow orders, follow rules, do what they're told, don't make waves, don't think outside the box, clock in, clock out. There's some skills that are taught in that too, right? Like which you can consider to be limiting, but are also could be considered abilities, like being very task orientated, um, uh, being able to compromise your own like agenda in order to conform to group settings. And this also makes you susceptible to groupthink as well. And we're kind of programmed to be that way from a young age, and then parents pass it down to their children as well. So the over socialization process starts before the kid even leaves the house.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, RLM. How are you today?
Hey, what's going on?
What's
Oh,
up, sweet cheeks?
okay.
What's up? Happy Domingo.
Oh, yes, it is Sunday, huh? It's been dreary here. The whole weekend was just shit.
Same here. We're having storms right now.
Yeah,
Yep.
right as I got set up, my whole power went down. Everything was out. I was like, oh no, like literally 30 seconds before time to go live. I was like, yeah, yay.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Fingers crossed we don't have any problems.
Yeah, we lost power for a while today, but they got it back pretty quick. I'm thankful for that.
I almost never lose power, and there's been like twice this year now already that because of weather, things have gotten knocked out. So that's kind of odd. Like even in heavy snowstorms, we don't lose power.
Hmm.
But
That is interesting.
hopefully it's not too bad. I think it was last year or the year before. We had like four. It was last year. It was last year. We had 3 or 4 tornadoes during the spring, which is not like a Western New York thing. Like
No.
touchdown, like it took out a cell phone tower. It took out my cell phone tower. I had no service for like 2 days and didn't realize it.
Well, when that guy blew up the AT&T substation in Nashville, we went 8 days without any kind of cell service.
Why did he do that? What was
He
determined?
was mad. He was mad at AT&T. So that was his answer
Hmm.
to AT&T.
See, I
I'll
had
just blow the fucking place up.
that kind of goes right back into that group think thing, right? Where
Mhm.
you have a lot of people who are mad at stuff. Look at Mangione, and what he did, and how many people were like behind that. And even before it happened, even though he was acting alone, this was something that you end up with a whole group of people just spewing so much hate that eventually it is going to influence somebody to do something rash and outside of just complaining and bitching about it.
Fact.
Yep.
And they think that's the only way to settle things.
So, Spin here.
I'm not.
I just
I
saw
don't
him.
know.
Yeah. He said hi in the chat.
So, Mel, I understand that Mel and Spin haven't fully exactly met each other.
Oh Lord.
I would love to facilitate you guys saying hello.
Shout out to Mel. Shout out to Spin.
Yes, indeed.
A match made in heaven.
Talk about a potentially very good debate.
I doubt that.
I think it could be entertaining. There's some money to be made in that one.
Spin is still getting over the electrocuted shrimp. He's suffering from
Oh
trauma.
my god, I can't do it.
I still want to strangle that bastard for that.
It's not fucking
Oh.
no. Spin, flash your camera for me, please, sir. Thank you.
I was too
We
busy.
spent over an hour to save the shrimp just to find out at some grocery store. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
I can get on the phone with anybody right now. I can go and make a website, then get on the phone with people and absolutely claim that I have all these people who donate to my cause, help
Exactly.
and support what I'm trying to do. And it's a real thing. And I can trick you into giving me your money because I said all that shit. That's all the Save the Shrimp thing was. I was like, listening to it take one like,
Well, I gotta save the catfish fund going.
I'll tell you what.
Oh
I
boy,
now
here we
know-
go.
I now know who Nine Tails Cosmetic Fox is. Bring him on.
Isn't he
Rocky.
lovely?
Can you flash your camera for me? And Mel, the link is pinned. Like I said earlier, you're always welcome to come up. Thank you, Rocky.
Oh shit, we're live. I better watch what I say. Oh damn.
Since
You
when?
almost caught me off guard.
Forget we're live. Oh, yeah, right.
Right.
I
Sure.
did until you said that. Then I looked and it said live. I'm like, oh shit.
You gotta watch what you say was the funny part. Since when?
I always careful with what I do, or at least I try to be, even though people mistaken it.
Who
Start
cares?
time was 6 o'clock for me, not 6 o'clock for you, sweetie.
Hey, I can't tell time. They didn't teach me that shit.
In all fairness, you're in a different time zone. So you're an hour behind me. So spin. What, Rocky? Sorry.
You started 15 minutes ago.
No, I
12
started a
12
little
minutes.
12 minutes because my power went out and I had to wait for my internet to kick all the way back up in my Wi-Fi to get
Don't
going.
let her lie to you. She's getting laid and got behind.
On Central Time,
I'm on Eastern.
Eastern Time.
Yes, Daniel, I'm in the future. I'm in future time.
Oh, please. Today is the day. Today's the day.
Today's the day for what?
Violence.
For a good debate. Today is
This
the
ain't a
day.
debate channel.
Well, I have a very sore throat, so I would appreciate it if you don't make me yell at the
I
two of you.
bet you do.
Dude, it hurts to swallow.
Swallow.
I'm gonna look.
I
Oh,
just
I
want,
really
all I
will.
want is like popsicles and ice cold drinks right now.
Mm.
It's been
You
that
better-
way
got
you
for,
better get
popsicle.
better before Tuesday.
it's been
You're
like
gonna be
this. a couple-
screaming Tuesday.
It's been like this a couple of days. I'm gonna see my doctor and get some swabs tomorrow. Make sure it's not strep.
Chatter King.
But ugh.
Yeah, it's the worst.
No, it's been that, and that's the thing. So I have an aunt who, the family thinks is kind of crazy and out there. And she's always talking about how every time it rains, everybody gets sick. And the older I get, the more I fucking agree with her. It's so weird. When I was younger, I just
Yeah.
off and didn't listen. But now it's like, you're not fucking wrong.
Yep.
Everybody was perfectly healthy. Then it rains. And next thing you know,
Not
everybody's
only that, like the bones hurt. Anyone who has like issues with pain, like the weather just triggers everything.
Yep. Arthritis is wonderful.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yes, logical sparks. In addition to it hurts to swallow, it is also hard to swallow right now, okay?
Mhm.
I can fix that.
Swallow.
Oh, goodness. So,
Hello.
Yes.
how much time have you had talking with Mel? Like, have you been on panel with Mel?
0. but I know all about it.
So somebody told
not
you.
not until you met Mel, you don't know Mel.
Yeah, people can tell you all everything in the world that they want to say when it comes to Mel. Mel is an interesting character. Um,
I love those type of people.
I've been there for some very intelligent,
Oh, speaking of
cool-headed
which, how's the Mel auction going, RLM?
Yeah, we had to put a kibosh on that ship.
Ah,
Yeah.
damn.
Mel. Mel's a Furby.
yeah.
Yep.
Oh, I would be nice until the stupidity comes out.
Well, you're screwed.
Careful, Mel might smack you with your own words.
Bring it on.
Mel can be good at that sometimes. Sometimes Mel pops up you give him just the right little morsel, and he turns that morsel into the nastiest rock you've ever taken to the head.
That's fine. That's fine. But today is the day. I'm in a bad fucking mood.
Oh, boy.
Why are you in a bad mood?
Well, you lose $600 worth of camera fucking batteries. Yeah,
Oof.
How did that happen?
gone.
Yeah, how did that happen?
Well, it was a mixture of oops and oh fuck, basically.
Oh, your problem.
Yeah, my problem.
Yep. Been there, done that.
Even worse.
Camera batteries do not like impact with planet.
Impact with what?
With planet.
So you dropped them?
Yep.
What kind of
What'd you
camera?
do? Break the case?
They are like when I take my bigger cameras out, they're my charging batteries, so they're planetary batteries, and they're like $250 a fucking piece to recharge the
Wow.
bigger cameras.
God damn.
Planetary battery. The fuck
Yeah,
is a
what I
planetary?
was just gonna ask is, what are you talking about?
It was planted in the on the fucking ground. That's what it's a planetary battery.
Snafu, good to see you. I gotta say something. The last time Snafu was over here when I was streaming, holy shit! He was such a good panelist talking about data centers. I was like seriously impressed, and I really appreciate like how well he held it together, and he brought some really cool like links and information to that topic, and like that was badass. However, having said that, you are always welcome to earn me $1,000 to boot you anytime
There
you
you
want.
go.
Anytime
Optics
you
are
want.
high. Optics are high in that one. Optics are high.
Optics are
Somebody-
very high in that one.
Somebody put $2 towards my bond. It was $250. Now it's $248. I don't know who it was.
Oh man, that shit's funny.
Pharaoh, if he's worth $1,000 at Dusty's, why is he not worth $1,000 here at Culture Corrections? I think it all just comes down to how much, what he's worth to somebody. How much is it worth to not hear him talk?
I'd
This
say that
guy's
goes in
a
the
limit.
priceless category.
That's what I'm saying.
You remember those credit card commercials?
Yep. Oh, yes, we sure do, don't we, Spin? You got me a
All right.
copyright flag with that one.
Which one?
Bouquet of flowers, $40.
Which
Box
one?
of candy,
The
$20.
MasterCard.
Movie tickets, $20.
Oh,
Why didn't
oh,
you
yeah.
buy me out
Oh,
when
that one.
The hand
Sorry.
job she gives you
I
behind the
didn't- I didn't
popcorn
realize
box
it
in
was
the
gonna
front
be
row of
that.
the movie theater? Priceless.
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 Yeah, all you got to do is go in and erase the.
I know, I'm picking on you. I'm just picking on you. It's okay. I
I mean, to
know.
be fair, they're copyright striking every fucking thing. It's getting to the point
Yep.
where I don't even care anymore.
Hadouken!
Annoying.
Of course they are, because once they fuck up your channel, whatever you were gonna earn being monetized, they get to keep it.
I know.
So they
Well,
want
look at what the hell was his name? $1 million
Yuko
dude.
Girl.
Fifth.
Yeah, 5/5. He lost 20 grand.
Yep.
Well,
OG
why didn't you
lost
pay-
what? I think OG said he lost 600 when he lost $600 when he got his strike or something like that.
I think he lost more than that.
It was more. It probably was more than that. I'm not entirely sure. I know he lost like a whole
At least, yeah.
month and a half or some shit worth of ad revenue and
And donos.
donos and subscriptions.
Yep.
Or not memberships, because they keep your membership money too.
I don't know why
Yep.
Chuck didn't bail me out when Dusty was giving $100 discount. Jeez.
$100 discount. I don't
Yeah,
remember the discount program.
I don't either.
He had
Yeah, he
$100
ran he ran a promo sale.
I must have missed that.
50% off.
Yeah. It's the only. I think it's the only. I'm the only one who's ever had a discount.
Yep.
I don't know. Someone's gonna have to pay.
Well, I
to
missed
get
his
me.
last show, so maybe that was it.
I was.
I got a no bar policy unless it's TOS.
I was lurking in the chat because I'm not banned in chat. I was lurking.
We can fix that, Rocky.
Oh my god. So RLM, the last time that Rocky got put on the fucking bond list
Mhm.
over at Dusty's, he also ended up getting kicked out of chat. So he went over to a channel that was restreaming and started talking shit there. He was throwing rocks from everywhere he could. It was actually impressive.
Oh my god.
He was
Rocky.
butthurt.
Oh, Rocky.
I found it impressive.
Oh, what are we gonna do? To know you, still love you, Rocky.
This was 007, and I go to 007's over the English,
Yeah, we were there this morning.
Irish, and the Aussies, and the UK, and
Yeah.
then I go over to where else do I go? I guess, there's a war between Cynthia and Joe Cool or something. Some kind
Oh,
of
really?
I don't know. It's that
Well, see-
Christian stuff.
Christian, you think? Or is
Yeah,
it
Joe
ego?
Cool objecting to Cynthia's view of something on something. So they get in an argument once in a while.
Shout out to Joe Cool. He's grieving
Yeah.
the loss.
Yes. Much love to him. I knew.
What happened?
He actually reached out to me during it. It was while we were streaming the other day. One of the points when I was like, 2D, hold it down. And I went and got on the phone with him
What?
for.
He actually went to RLM's first panel he been on was last night.
Yeah.
What happened?
I
Said
was
some
listening.
beautiful word, Chuck.
I was listening while I was doing stuff.
What happened? What happened?
His
His
brother
brother-
passed.
His brother passed away.
Yes.
Yeah. He was taking care of both his brother and his mother, and his brother didn't make it.
That's
That's
like
rough. That's a rough road to go down. I've been down that dirt road. It ain't no fun.
I worked hospice for many years, so I get it, and it's hard when I'm dealing with someone that I consider to be a friend that I'm close with. It changes how I feel about, because my first thing is to go through the steps of this is how you support someone that's grieving. But then it's like when it's somebody that you actually know that you're close with, it's like it makes it even harder to say the things that are actually supportive of it, of the grieving process. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, I did 3 funerals at the local funeral parlor,
Did his
and
how
after the
did that
third one, the guy wanted to hire me, and I'm like, I'm not for rent.
So his brother died, but his mother survived. What was wrong with
So
his brother?
far,
So far, I mean,
What was wrong with his brother?
he
he
had
had
cancer.
And his mom's got cancer too. She's just old.
no, she doesn't.
She's just old.
She's older.
She,
She's got other
she
health issues. I
outlived
didn't know
her.
how much he said publicly, so I'm not going to put it out there.
Right.
Right,
Um,
right.
She outlived her own son. It's sad.
That is a tragedy that I don't wish on anyone, any parent. We're not supposed to outlive our kids.
Ugh.
Hi, Farmer Cat. Good to see you, love. Easier to just say it than keep typing everything.
But back to education. You back in the 5th and 6th grade, we combined math and science classes together because they went out and dug a 6-foot ditch, 6 foot wide, and we combined the classes to come up with bridge designs. And we had to build them and walk across them.
That's kind
It
of
was,
cool.
yeah, it was.
We always did the popsicle stick bridges that had to hold up a bucket of sand or some shit, and they would combine our history and English class. So like the books that we were reading in English always lined up with whatever we were studying in history.
And when I hit junior high, there was every vocational, for lack of a better word to call it, class you could think of that you could sign up for. Whether it was political science, wood shop, computer, uh, electronics, automotive, the list goes on. Steel shop. I mean, we had the choice of damn near everything when I went to school.
And
that
those
shit
jobs
went
were
away.
available.
Yep. And that shit went away.
My school district still offers welding, and they have a fucking auto lift in the school. So, and they're excellent shop. Wood shop is great over there. So there are some districts that will still offer that stuff, but definitely not enough. And I think that you see less of it, like at schools near bigger cities, right?
Aftermarket mechanics is still a good trade. We got lots of cars, and welding is still a good trade. Underwater welding is particularly lucrative, and you can get seasonal work where you get most of the year off.
For the seasonal work. They do that. They do that a lot out in the country where they've shifted school schedules so that the kids are better available to like support the family farms and shit. But
If I could go back, I would have went and gotten a degree in like engineering for like Nissan or something like that. I'm like an expert in like some kind of whatever brand is more lucrative.
I got an applied science degree in diesel construction.
Yeah.
sorry, you guys chit chat. I'm just dealing with something real quick here.
Anyway, I homeschooled
Especially
my
because
children.
I didn't need any schooling for my career. I just
Yeah, I
did it.
homeschooled my children and taught them mechanics, carpentry, art. I taught them read. I got how-to books on everything, electrical, plumbing. I got how-to books on log cabins, A-frames. I taught my kids to. Well, you teach the kids to read, and then you hand them a book and you teach them. Yeah, but you're not accredited. If you don't go through the school system, you won't get accredited. You have to get accredited, or you're not. If you're not a certified mechanic, then you can't get a job. But if you learn it
Yep.
on your own,
Sure.
you have to.
You do end up learning on your own. You do end up lacking like those accreditation credits that you might need for a lot of like if you're going to go work at a chain place. But if you're within your own community, typically you're going to know the very people who trained you and get a job with them. I think that homeschooling is vastly better for the simple fact that, you know, you're not at the mercy of trying to, hang on one second, snafu. You're not at the mercy of being stuck with people, with other kids who may be on a slower.
But you're lacking in social.
That's
No,
bullshit.
not
That's
always.
bullshit. I don't believe in that.
I actually agree with them because you can but because you pay school and property taxes, no matter where you are, even homeschooling your kid, they are allowed to participate in any extracurricular activity that the school district offers. Therefore, my kid can play baseball on the school baseball team. My kid can go on the field trip to the museums in Boston. My kid can do any of that shit just because I pay school taxes, despite the fact that if I'm homeschooling. I didn't homeschool.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
did.
My children played in extracurricular activities. One of my daughters won state championship in track, and but I took my children. They weren't for the first 10 years. They were homeschooled, and then they wanted to go to school, and they had no accreditation. They passed above average when they took the entrance test in order to place them, when they wanted to place them what class they would be in. They actually
parents got to give a damn. Yeah.
Homeschool kids I've seen come out way better socially.
Yes, you know why? Because
way more independent in thought. I've seen the absolute opposite when they're homeschooled.
They're not sucked into the fucking group think.
The group think.
Holds back so many people and takes away their individuality and who they are. You know, they're not part of that whole, oh, well, we don't like Sally because Sally's.
Well, when did they change the dynamic of thinking outside the box in school? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
It's gonna depend.
School used to be
out too,
and
they
I drove you to think.
in your chat for just asking a question. I wasn't being rude. I don't know if it was you that fucked me.
It wasn't me.
Okay, it was one of your Nazi mods. I asked a question because I saw Chuck last night on OGs while OG was calling RLM a trashy bitch and a bunch of other crazy shit.
What?
And he was downing on Beth.
I don't remember. You're lying. You're lying.
No, I'm not. We got the footage. You want to fucking rewind
You're lying
it?
through your
You want to
teeth.
rewind it? A million people saw it.
You said
he was doing his little
hang
spurs as
on,
usual.
Chuck. Hang on one second. Hold on, Chuck. Hold on.
I'm not going to put up with this.
Hold on one second.
These ladies,
OG,
and you don't have anything to say over at OGs. That's what I'm saying.
Chuck, what he said is he didn't say that you said anything bad against
No,
her.
he did. He did. That's the point.
Listen, the whole OG thing, I'm not giving it time.
No, I understand. This was more a question to Charles. And I'll leave it at that because now you told me you don't. But I just want to point out optics that some of us are paying attention. We
I
saw
take my
OG like
fight.
crashing
I-
with people. We saw Chuck on
I
panel with them,
take
and
my
Chuck had nothing
fight
to say. But then
behind.
he's over here with you guys, and it's like, okay, so
I
you guys
take
can go watch the footage yourself of OG
Jesus
doing his
fucking
Hold it,
version.
hold
Christ.
it. No need to run. No need to run yet.
Oh, I owe you something, Hank. Snafu. Here's the
No,
other
watch
thing.
this.
Snafu. Real quick. Did he just run?
Yep.
God damn it.
He'll come
Hank
back.
came up and scared
I
him
almost
off.
had your pony boy. I almost had your pony boy. I saw your face and remember I owe you a pony
Yeah,
boy.
I got you. We'll get him later.
Snafu, you are
And I'm
not
sorry, OG did not call RLM a trashy bitch at all last night or the other night, whatever night it was. That's bullshit.
I want to be very clear. The whole OG thing, I'm not giving it time here. Snafu, you are not permanently timed out. You're not. I checked with my mod. It was a timeout just because of the whole, we're not going to do that over here. I don't.
And I'm sorry, I take my fights behind the scene. I don't do it on panel.
Correct. We work out
Yeah,
our
Phil
bullshit.
needs to go to community college and learn to be a mechanic so he can fix his own
Because,
goddamn.
Rocky.
because I like everybody.
Exactly. I do too. And that's part of why we're not giving that time here. Whatever
I'm
has
not
been
going
said
to
somewhere
trash.
else, whatever's been said somewhere else, it doesn't exist here. The people on my panel, if any of us have a problem with one another, we talk about it off camera. And that's how it goes. We work that shit out because we're all trying to lift, at least the people that I associate with, we're trying to lift one another up, not push each other over. So
Exactly.
that's where it's at. You have a problem, Ashton? Then get your ass up here. Talk your damn shit. No, I'm kidding.
If he don't have a mic, throw his ass out.
You have a big problem? Go give your big problem to your wife, sir.
Wow.
I learned to be a mechanic in the military and a driver. And when I got out, I couldn't get a job as a mechanic. I had to go to college for 2 years in order to get certified, even though I was already had experience as a shit. And so the school system's all fucked up and everything. They don't regulate shit. But if you want to take the test, you can become a certified mechanic by taking tests. Like,
Yeah,
There's
the
a
option
lot of
was
schools
there.
that offer. And Witchy was pointing out, her daughter also, her school district, I'm guessing it's probably the VOTEC part of it, offers CNA classes as well. I've seen our district, or well, the district right next to us, because we have multiple counties that all share one vocational school, and that they offer CNA. They offer oh god, the prereqs for law enforcement. What is it?
Free
Criminal
law,
justice. They offer
Criminal justice. Yeah.
criminal justice.
justice. It's very cool. All right, Snafu, listen to me, please.
No.
not
Transparency is
really-
clear on the internet. You guys are like, oh, we're gonna do it privately. See, that's the problem with
Yeah,
the
I know.
OG and RM. You're not being transparent with the public, and you're admitting, oh, we're doing a folks. I have the footage.
Name
RLM.
change
I'm not
now.
lying to RLM when I say just the other day, yesterday, OG was talking budget. Now, if you don't want to talk about, that's fine.
Yeah, you
But for
made
to
that shit
actually
up.
say, hey, oh, all private. No,
Yep,
there's a thing
yep.
called transparency, and I'm very proud to be transparent in the
Yeah.
public. And that's
Sure.
what matters. And
Sure.
yeah, you got me because I knew Hank wanted that. But here's the deal. Here's the deal.
I'm
Transparency
gonna
back.
break up another
And
one.
RLM,
You
that
paid
footage
me.
does
You
exist.
paid me.
That footage
You
does
paid
exist.
me. And you
And
did
Chuck,
a good
you're
job
an absolute
dodging it.
liar. He's an absolute liar, though. Chuck just lied to you all. That's what's
Yeah,
crazy.
No, you're
really?
the one who's
He
lying.
lied to you all. It's
I-
documented online through YouTube.
No, it isn't.
What was
Your
said by
insanity is
fucking OG.
He
documented.
did not call her
Whether
a
you guys want
trashy
to fucking
bitch.
dismiss it or not, that's fine. Whether you want to not talk about it or not, that's fine. I'm just saying this dude absolutely lied
Yeah,
to you
we
all.
don't want to talk about
Lied
it.
to you all. So that's all I gotta
RLM
say.
RLM is a big fan.
The
fuck
Oh,
RLM
look at
is
the
a
square
good
head.
friend.
Look at the square head. Look at the square
RLM
head.
is a good friend to this channel.
Hey, now if you want to keep me up, maybe someone will pay $1,000 to boot me off. Does
No,
someone want to pay Beth $1,000 to boot me off?
Maybe.
You know, I mean,
You're not worth it.
I'm not worth it, huh? But here's the
Mike's
deal.
an
Here's the deal.
idiot.
You guys just sat here while Chuck lied to you. We know
I
those who
did
don't like
not
OG are
lie.
paying close attention to the optics because he's a
You're the
lying
one
sack
who's
of shit.
lying.
And no, it's not.
Thank
The
you.
OG dude, just like he said he wanted to burn the American flag over the. He said it, dude. You don't think we tagged it,
First
collected
Amendment.
it, the
First
whole thing?
Amendment.
OG is a fucking piece of shit. But when he was going after the girls because he's triggered, Chuck was on panel and we did document it. So he's lying to y'all. Whether you want to talk about it or not, you know it's going down right now. And so
Yeah,
for Chuck
we
to
don't
sit here and
talk about
lie on me, and I want to tell Beth it's about transparency. I hope
I
in the future you
understand,
think
so-
about that.
So
It's
here's
about
the
ruining panels that are about
No, I'll leave.
ideas.
I'm going to leave right now, but I'm trying to let her know. That's
And-
why Flo's so successful. He's very
Right.
transparent and deals with it fine, but he doesn't let
Please.
bullshit get away, even if it's like.
He
let it out.
monetizes
I'm just
it.
saying, the optics are high. The optics are high.
So I'm gonna
Optics
be
are high.
transparent with you, Pony Boy. I'm gonna send Beth another $5 for the next time you come on. We're gonna have the same name change again.
much
is he
love to you,
gone?
Hank. I gotta find sticky notes. I'm gonna keep a sticky
Should write
note
a-
on my
Someone
laptop,
should write that.
and you got it.
Thank you very
Someone
much.
should
Thank you,
should do
sir.
a rap song about
Is-
assumptions and
Hey, Mike, my dear. Hello, welcome.
assumptions and projections.
Where'd you
Assumptions
go,
and
Greg?
projections.
There you are, Grid.
I'm
Hi,
sorry.
Grid. How you doing, sir?
The dude
I'm
was
good.
lying.
Good one.
What's up, Greg?
I'm
So
driving
good.
back from North Carolina. Just stopped at Crossville for some fuel, and I'm about 2 hours from home, so just rolling along.
Drive safe.
You driving a diesel?
I am not. I don't have a diesel anymore. So I got rid of it. I have I've got a Silverado with the 6.2 V8 in it, so it's good.
Boy, Grid.
You got so you
Good man. Good man drives heavy.
you're not towing nothing. You're not towing your portable airplane behind you.
No, I was over in North Carolina shooting a match. I placed third in TAC Ops.
Nice. Badass. Well
Oh,
done,
you
sir.
were doing some target competition.
Yeah, kind of.
I always place first in home defense.
Yeah.
Yep.
It was an interesting weekend for sure.
I got the highest score in my battalion when I was on the range. Like
When I was a
240 something.
teenager, my ROTC unit competed in the NRA junior leagues and whatnot, and we did all those competitions, and my team was the top. We were second place in all of New England, and 3 of our shooters were on the top 10 list of individual shooters. I just barely made the cut on that one.
They used to teach us how to shoot when we were in elementary school. We had air rifle pellet gun competition in the gym. They put up the targets and stuff. Did they teach you that in school? Did they teach you how to shoot?
Yep, we started off, well, only if you were in the ROTC unit. Then you learned how to shoot, and we, like, everybody shot with the pellets, right, the air rifles, but then rifle team, we competed with 22s.
They still teach you how to shoot in schools.
And we, not only did we
Well,
compete
in
with
Tennessee,
22s, we got to go to the local National Guard base when we did well at competitions, and they would let us play with their toys out on the range, which was a lot of fun.
my kid's school has a skeet and trap range on the campus, but most schools don't have that anymore.
Yeah.
You know, this is what it is.
Well, Tennessee just instituted gun safety
They
from 10
did,
through 12.
which
Our
can
school-
include range visits. It's mandatory for every grade from K through 12 every year, and you can't opt out of it. And it can be anything from videos in the classroom to actually going to the range and shooting.
I like
Nothing
it.
wrong with that.
I like it. I think that it's a phenomenal thing to add to the schooling for these kids.
Yeah.
I think that it can actually end up saving some lives in the long run.
And we just outlawed transgender bathrooms too.
We do a lot of cool stuff here in Tennessee. You guys should take note.
Well,
That's for sure,
anyway,
Grid.
When I was growing up, we didn't have to join the ROTC. We didn't have to do none of that shit. We just had we had a gun class in the fucking gym. Put up
and
with
that's
that shit.
awesome. That's awesome.
Right.
Unfortunately, I was in a school in a state that was more blue than it was red. And so they gave us options. Like if you didn't like gym class, you could take dance or you could take ROTC. They both counted as a gym credit, as your gym credit. So, and I was far more
Dance.
ROTC. I hated gym.
I took gymnastics.
So what's all the what drama have I missed for the past 4 days?
Oh my God, Grid, it's horrible. It's horrible, Grid. I'm tired of it.
I've been avoiding it like the plague. All of the stuff with OG, I said I'm not entertaining it. We've already been through it over and over again. I'm done with it. It can stay over there, far away from me. Whoever he's got problems with, I don't care. I treat people. I have my own individual, independent relationships with people, and I like that.
I got a bond.
Yeah.
I got a bond, Grid. You could pay off some of my bond.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I was kicked for TOS because I was using my finger as a fake gun, and Dusty took it against TOS because I used my finger as a fake
It's his
gun.
channel, sir.
I know.
So,
You should never bring your finger out on a panel.
So the
Pretend it's
I'm doing the same thing in Dallas that I did in Nashville at DebateCon. Right now, the lineup looks to be really good. I can't really say who's going to be there, but it's really, really good. And
I've
it's gonna
heard.
be basically the same as Nashville. Just we're refining it. We're learning.
If I
Your boy
If I can
went
give
on a fishing expedition over at Flows.
If I can give a shout out on this, so DebateCon is going to be coming up in Dallas. When is that, Grid?
It's just the last weekend of July, so it's the 20. My event will be on the 25th, and then their event is 26th, 27th.
So
We're there in
DebateCon?
support of, not to compete with.
Correct. DebateCon is a lot of fun, and Grid's event that he holds, Grid does an amazing job with this. He brings in excellent food, excellent debaters. Hanging out with these people is really a lot of fun. I highly recommend it. If you're near Dallas, that weekend in July, everybody should go and check it out for sure. It's a great time, and like I said, it's great debates. And I do believe, are you going to live stream the debates also, like last time?
We'll live stream them just like last time, and I mean we've got some pretty big names that are interested in coming.
So you got a
coming
bunch
in.
of it's Dallas Fort Worth area, and you're going to have some master debaters there. How many master debaters are you going to have?
For the love of
All
God.
of them, Rocky. All of them, but you, because you didn't make master.
I'm not a very good debater.
It was a great time last time. I met some awesome people there who I've watched debate over and over again online, and they were so cool to meet, like in person, and hang out with.
Well, if there ain't no catfish or bass involved, I don't want nothing to do with it.
That's where I met Avarice, and Avarice was fucking. He's one of my favorite people that I met in Nashville. Like he's actually really cool and he's hilarious in person.
I thought it was
He
the
is.
woman in the red dress was your favorite.
Which
So
one?
imagine-
Oh Lord, the Fed, the fucking Fed. Grid, the Fed from the lobby.
Yeah. Wow.
She was.
I keep meaning
So-
to ask Gibbs if he figured out what the whole story was on that, because he.
Was
He
she a
like-
Fed or a hooker?
I
Well,
don't know. She
As a
claimed to
as a
be.
master debater, can you
She
like
claimed to
take
be there
notes?
as a. She claimed to be there as a. Rocky, are you drunk?
No, I'm just asking. As a master debater, can you take
He's
both,
old,
either
Grid. He's old.
I got
either
you.
side of the debate? Can you win
Yeah.
either side of the
I
debate?
generally can. Yeah, I generally can.
a good debater should be able to take
It's
either
actually one of
side.
it's one of the things I say to people all the time, especially when they won't take the opposite side of a debate. If you can't argue both sides, you obviously don't understand the issue very well.
True.
So, but anyway, so I don't know what the deal. So I don't know how that woman glommed on to our group, but she was hanging out with Gibbs for a while, and I asked him, and apparently, she was supposedly some real estate person and was doing a bunch of stuff and went to talking about going to these meetings or whatever. And I got to check with him and see what the whole story was, because it's gonna be fun. Whatever the story is, it's fun.
I saw
Yeah.
her sitting with JS. I saw her sitting with JS Urban Adventures, but unloading her
Yeah.
sob story on him. And I walked over and I whispered in his ear, "Watch your drink." I was worried. I was worried.
When I was involved in putting events
Never
on,
see him again.
when I was involved putting events on, you had to watch out. There were professional event goers
Yeah.
that
That's
went
what
there.
this seemed to be.
Yeah,
Her story was weird, and then like towards the end of
She wasn't at
everything,
my event.
yeah, she was not at Grids. She
She was
showed
in
up.
the hotel at DebateCon, and
Yep,
that's why she
yep,
kind of glommed on.
yep.
She kind of
And at
glommed
the-
on to the group.
And at the end of it, she actually some guy showed up and just kind of carted her away out the door, and it was right around the time we all started calling her a Fed. This guy came
Yep.
in and
She
whisked her
wasn't a
away,
Fed.
and we didn't see her again. Ahimsa,
She was
hello.
a pro-
I think she was
She's
out
a
on bond.
professional convention woman.
Yeah,
If
that
you know
sounds
what
like
I mean.
a worker. That sounds like a worker to
Uh
me.
huh. Because even the AA conventions I was putting on, we had that problem.
She was and here's the thing though, is like she was all beat up. She had a big brace on her knee, a big old black eye, and like had like this full on sob story and shit. And like she absolutely did like shoot anybody who would take her somewhere that the Crucible was going. She just like glued herself to them, and it ended up being Gibbs, and it was interesting.
The dude that picked her up was her pimp or her
Yeah.
handler.
Yes, we all knew that. We knew that. It was just
Definitely
funny.
not a Fed. Definitely
Hey.
not a Fed.
They take all their
Well-
in calls at hotels normally.
Yep.
We-
She was
we were
a
just
convention
calling her a
worker.
Fed. We were just calling her a Fed. By all means, there's no proof that she was a Fed, but we had a good laugh calling her a Fed.
She was very strange. She was very, very strange. So, but
Yes.
fortunately, she didn't come to my event. My event was smooth sailing. This event, we're in a different style of location where the last event I went really rustic with the brick and the motorcycles and the guitars. It really looked awesome. Very, very me. This is going to be more modern. It's 5,000 square foot location with side rooms that add square footage to it, where we can have people can do interviews or whatever. And there's a kitchen. It's a small, just like a business kitchen. And there's I got some other. I mean, it's going to be a cool location. I've got some pretty good debate bros and hoes lined up. And so far, it's all looking good. It looks like we're going to have 6 debates. We're going to have 2 undercard debate, 1 male versus male, 1 female versus female, then an upper card debate, or like a headliner, and then another undercard debate, dude versus dude, and then another female versus female debate, and then the last upper card debate. And Gibbs is going to be the moderator again to keep him
Lord.
from about dying.
Subject.
We're going to have. He did awesome, but he was just like beat at the end. Like that was bad planning. So this time, what we're doing is we've got. So Glenn Lawrence is going to handle 2 of the undercard debates, and he's going to provide color commentary with. We've got 2 stunningly attractive women that are going to be doing the color commentary with Glenn Lawrence, he'll also act as moderator in a couple of the debates, and it's going to be awesome.
Nice.
It's going to be awesome. And
What
when I
are the
say
topics?
stunningly attractive,
Okay.
they are
Top.
stunningly attractive.
Then why did you pick Glenn if you got attractive women?
So there's
Poor Glenn. That's
Yeah.
mean.
yeah.
But we all get razzed. No, Glenn
What
shocks
is-
me. He's actually a very good moderator, and he is way smarter than what a lot of people kind of like catch on to because of the persona that he is online, right?
What are the debate topics? What topics are you going to have?
Well, it depends. We're still settling those, but I'm pretty sure one of them's going to. So one of the female debates is going to be all women are either. It could be any of these, but such things have been suggested as all women are feminist. All women use feminism. TradCon women taking advantage of.
Yeah. Have
things.
you ever had a debate like
And then there's like a Christian debate. No, Rocky, we never have any other kind of debate. We only debate feminism.
no. I mean
I'm kidding.
Like
I'm kidding. I'm fucking kidding.
Greek philosophy versus Christianity
I'm
or
sorry?
something.
Oh,
You ever
that-
had a debate like philosophy against Christ, like reason and logic doesn't make sense? Philosophers, anti-Christ, like philosophers and people
Yes,
like
we
that.
debate. Yeah, we debate that sort of thing all the time. We debate the ancient Greek philosophers versus Christianity quite a bit in various forms. So
Cool. I need tips on that shit. These fucking
We may,
dumbass philosophers.
we may actually one of the debates that actually wants to be that's being asked for has to do with the way modern Christianity is perceived versus the reality. So we're still, again, debate topics are being fleshed out. They're going to be pretty rad. And this time, I'm going to make sure that the debaters know the topics before the event. We're going to try and nail that down this week. We may not announce them until closer to the event, but hopefully we can get the debate topics nailed down this week. Everything else is looking really good. I know that there's a competing event. I was told Friday that there's a competing event at the same time,
really?
same day. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
who's holding it? Who's hosting that?
You know what? I'm not going to get into it.
Okay.
None of my
Okay.
business. I will say that if it doesn't happen, it's going to be pretty bad for a few people. And that's none of my business. But my event will go down as planned. Right now, we've got, like I said, I can tell we got some headlining debates. Like they're not just, small. I mean,
Well, there's a debate going on about DMT, and I think can you strong man the use of DMT for spiritual gain and shit?
Ooh,
Shit.
that's an interesting question. I would like to see that. I would like to see Grid One present an argument for why psychedelics could be useful in self-discovery.
I have no idea about that. However, I will tell you that there's an excellent argument and historical data backing the use of psilocybin mushrooms for men who've experienced combat to turn the suicide switch in their brain off.
Yes.
There's a lot of evidence for that. I have no idea about Bill discovering your inner Socrates using mushrooms. I think that's ridiculous. But as far as the
unfortunately, what they don't tell you is that if you have genetic schizophrenia in your DNA somewhere, it triggers it.
It'll trigger it. But when it comes to PTSD, the microdosing, and that's the other thing is the microdosing. I don't think triggers it. It's more of like the big doses that will trigger that schizophrenia.
I would have to disagree with you on that one, but I'll look into it more.
Me too. Yeah. I'll look into it more too.
I know. I mean, I know several warfighters that have gotten through their PTSD, including a friend of mine, which I've talked about before, Clay Martin, who's an author, who Green Beret Special Forces has done a lot of bad things, to the right people,
right.
And he was really open. He would just walk through his house. Of course, he's got guns everywhere, and he's like, you just walk through his house and just think, I'm just gonna pick that gun up, put it to my head. And of course he never did, right? Never did. But the fact that those thoughts were there and continued to be intrusive bothered him a lot. And then the idea of using psychedelics, of him using psychedelics, right? So you hear about normal people having bad trips and turning over cop cars and shit. But think about a guy who's literally if he goes nuts, you're going to have to send a lot of people to stop him.
Yeah.
And because he is literally, he will tell you legitimately, he is a mass murderer. Right? By any scale you want to weigh him on, he is a legit mass murderer. Now, he did it in the name of war, and he did it, under the auspices of his nation. But you can't take that away. That by all scales, he's a mass murderer, and he has to live with that. And when you think about somebody who can do those things and has that ability and talent, what if you flip the wrong switch in his brain? That's bad. And he had to do a lot of thinking about that, and a lot of talking to people who similar to him that had been in that situation and that had taken the treatment. And he's like, he just went out he got his nerve up, and he went down and I can't say where, but he went down somewhere and took the treatment. And then, it's like, he's like that switch in his brain was just turned off. Like, he doesn't think about it. Doesn't, he's not there anymore. He's still working through some stuff, obviously, but it saved his marriage, strengthened the relationship with his kids, all of that. And he's not a drug addict, right? Like, he did it that time, and that's it. Now he's developing a program for other people in his situation to get the same kind of help. So I can't tell you about psychedelics again turning you into Socrates. However, I can comment intelligently on the use of them for people who have done very, very bad things and seen a lot of war and how it changes their brain.
Yeah. I personally didn't. When I went for my PTS, I didn't go in there and accept their SRRIs. They wanted to put me on drugs.
Yeah, he didn't want to be on any of the drugs or the VA.
My concern with the DMT is some people say that you connect with, that everybody sees the same thing, and that it may be some kind of demon possession.
I've never heard that. I think somebody's pulling your leg, Rocky.
Well, I'm not talking about mini doses. I'm talking about these.
Yeah, I'm talking about that. I'm telling you, Clay went out in the field and ate a bunch of mushrooms and sat down and tripped out for half an hour, an hour, 2 hours, whatever it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And then when he came out of it, it was again the suicide switch in his head that made him want to, pick up a gun off his desk and put it to his head. That was gone. The amount of waking up in the middle of the night hearing something that wasn't there, that was gone, right? And so
he went over there, and he's probably got a guilt complex over the fact that he did something, probably enjoyed it a little bit, and then he realizes that it was all fighting for these small hat motherfuckers. And
I don't think that at all.
Huh.
Okay. Say it again. Yeah. Repeat that one more time for me, Rocky.
Well, some people, they get PTSD from getting shot at and stuff. Some people get it from guilt complex of realizing the fact that you might have killed innocent people, that your government told you to go over and kill these people because they were anti-Semites or some kind of shit. Or maybe they were.
I don't think that part has anything to do with it. Yes, I do think I'm with you right up to where it stops after you say guilt for potentially having killed innocent people. Right there, I agree with you up to that. After that, dude, you're putting way too much on this. And as far as like the demon possession part goes, I have heard some churches that say that anyone, if you have PTSD or depression or all of this stuff, it's just a demon possession. I've actually heard churches say that before. So, but I don't think that you need to add. I don't think that it's necessary. I don't think that it's necessary to add on any kind of like, they're doing it because in support of small hat people or because the small. I don't think there's any need to be fucking saying that stuff.
Yeah, I don't even know how we got there, but I'm going to tell you this.
It's because some people always go there, and it's bad.
Historically, just historically, when you could pick any group of fighting men throughout history, you could pick the American Indian, you could pick the Spartans, you could pick the Greeks, the Romans, Napoleon, all of them. When they came back from war, they didn't go back to their families. They camped outside the town because these people had done bad. They cut people up. They had chopped limbs off of people. They had seen men die. They'd seen their friends die. They'd done horrible things.
Yep.
And one of the kind of historical things is they all had these. Every army had some sort of drink or something that something that they did, and more evidence points that it was some sort of psychedelic mushroom, or other or maybe peyote or something like that, some other drug that reboots their brain, that part of their brain that's like, hey, I just did some really horrible crap, right?
Right.
And more we're kind of looking into the historical fact and accuracy for it. Now, obviously, nobody, including me, of course, I've never done drugs. I don't believe in doing drugs. I barely take aspirin. I don't drink. I don't smoke. So I'm looking at all of this from a purely academic standpoint, right? Like yes. I've never been drunk. I've never been high. I've never done anything. So, for me, this does make sense. Now, obviously, anything can be abused, right? So obviously, you don't want to be, you don't want to be the guy that smokes mushrooms 3 times a day or whatever. I don't do smoke them or eat them or whatever you make soup out of.
Whatever you do with them, right?
Yeah, whatever you do with this stuff. And I
What
do believe
Rocky's
that
talking about is the machine elves.
I do.
The
need
machine
to
elves
interrupt.
that when you take DMT, you go to the other dimension where they create this universe mechanically,
Bef-
and everybody claims to see the same thing. Small,
Yeah.
trollish-looking people with tools who control the levers of the world and the universe, and they have the secret technology. And they're actually demons who are trying to send messages into this world to get people to do their bidding. So when you
Yeah.
take DMT, you can commune with them.
Before
Right.
we go any further on this topic, money speaks. Thank you to Tom Carpenter. You make my day every time you visit me. Thank you so much for coming. And we're going to give you the pretty redhead with the roast.
Thanks for tipping, Beth, y'all. This roast is getting so juicy.
Yum.
at any rate, I haven't heard that, but that doesn't mean anything. Again, I'm not in that. I don't live in that world, so what do I know?
Yeah, that actually is like a big thing when it comes to the DMTs, which is an interesting idea too. The fact that I've pretty much, I think it's consensus that everybody claims to see the same
See the
thing.
same thing. Yeah.
Now, whether or not that's kind of like a group suggestion, like you hear enough people say this is what you're going to see, then that's exactly what you're going to see because your mind is pre-programmed expecting to see that, right?
Especially if you don't see anything, you just repeat
Yeah.
back what.
It could be psychosomatic for sure.
But we don't really know though because how can you solidify any findings on that?
Well, I mean, it really sounds like a mixture of Harry Potter and the Board.
Right?
So that you
The
can't.
goblins in the bank, and the Board, right?
Right.
It sounds cool, actually.
Yeah.
It does. And interestingly enough, I mean, DMT has been used for thousands of years by different native tribes to do these, to get in touch with the higher spirits that guide them. And
Yeah, smoking
Incantation.
a peace pipe.
I don't think that one's not DMT. They don't put DMT in peace pipes.
No.
It's
No.
something else.
Peyote.
With the
Yeah,
spirits.
peyote. When it comes to mushrooms, though, it gets really interesting. There's a documentary. It's a short one. I think it's How to Change Your Mind,
Oh, man.
which actually supports a lot of like the PTSD stuff.
Yeah.
The research they're doing into fungi, they've actually found one now that is showing some really good possibility at regenerating central nervous systems. So they might be in rats, they're fixing like spinal cord injuries and stuff. So that could be something very interesting for us as humans going forward.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sounds more like AI cyborg shit. I don't.
It would be interesting to see you take some of those crazier positions that we know you don't hold, though, Grid.
Like
Like-
what?
Well, even like just that one, like you did perfect when it comes down to the mushrooms, right? But even like oh Lord, Rocky brought up a good one as far as the Greek philosophy versus the dogma of Christianity, right? And which one is, I don't know, more enlightening or leads you to a better path? That could be a really interesting argument to have.
You can't lead yourself to a better path with philosophy. So that's right out of the gate. We're wrong.
I'm throwing out there just whatever. I'm definitely not wording anything well here.
Yeah. I'm just saying that that as a topic that would be a non-starter because you can, first of all, you'd have to define the religious dogma. So you'd have to pick a religion and a set of dogmas, and then and then we would have to talk about the specific people who subscribe to that dogma. And I think that would be pretty. That'd take forever to do. Although we could do something like we could talk about we could take Muslims, right? And
how about a debate?
Hang on, Rob.
How about a debate?
Hang on, Rob.
Argue reason and logic versus faith and the Bible, like reason and logic, which is Greek philosophy, versus faith in God or the scriptures or whatever you want to say. That would be a debate.
The two are not comparable because you can't reach enlightenment.
I could argue on both sides.
I can argue both sides too, but I'm just gonna say that off the rip, I'm gonna say it's a really bad debate topic because you can't reach enlightenment through philosophy, and anybody with two brain cells is gonna tell you that, right? You can.
Ooh, you're breaking up.
Make better arguments through philosophy, but well, I'm in the mountains, so.
Yeah.
Anyway, I don't know what axe you're trying to grind there, Rocky. The two are dissimilar.
I don't think it's
not the same.
Which one's better?
I don't think
it's better.
Hang
What's
on.
better, reason and logic?
There is no better.
Or faith and.
There's no better because they're not mutually exclusive, Rocky. And I don't think it's so much of trying to grind an axe for it. I think it's just looking for new arguments to be had. We can only hear some of these arguments so many times.
Sure, but at least Rocky keeps repeating it, so it makes it seem like he has some underlying motivation for it, and and so there is no such thing as gaining enlightenment through philosophy. That doesn't exist. You can maybe make a better argument for something through philosophy. You can maybe take a better understanding of a thing through philosophy, but you cannot receive enlightenment through philosophy. Even Aristotle knew that, and he did this shit. I mean, he created this shit, right? Well, he did create it, but he defined it. So I think that you're off base, right? I think it's a bad argument. Now, if you wanted to argue dogma versus pragmatism versus just straight up belief, I think those are three things that can be argued, right? You can say that you have someone who holds to a religious dogma, right, and they do all of the things that the religion says to do and believes all of the things that they are told to believe without question, dogmatically, which is where the word comes from. Or you have someone that is faith-based, experiential-based, who uses the world around them and their experiences in it to define and refine their faith in God. You could make that. I could make either side of that argument. That's a much better discussion to have if you want to do that. I would say that there's a place
Does philosophical enlightenment exist?
Oh, that would be a good.
Or even
I would take the affirmative.
You would?
I would.
Okay.
But I'm an Eastern philosopher, though, not a Christian.
I understand it. I already knew that. So you were going to go with like Zen and Buddha and internal awakening?
Yes, the non-self and dependent arising.
Yeah. Okay. But that in and of itself is a religion. You can't see it, smell it, taste it, or touch it.
I'm okay with your connotation.
Okay. I thank you for the concession. I will take the win.
I'm okay with your connotation. You didn't disprove philosophical enlightenment.
I don't have to disprove it. But you agreed with me that it's the same thing as a religion. So if it's the same thing as religion, using logic, then it's a religion. Therefore, you're
philosophy is just
a religion.
Philosophy, religion is just another form of philosophy.
Religion is faith-based, not logic-based.
Philosophy can also be faith-based.
Okay, give me one.
And even if it is, then it's just a faith-based philosophy versus a logic-based philosophy.
Well, if it's faith-based, then it is a religion.
Sure, it's still a type of philosophy.
Great. Sure. Okay.
Philosophy,
Like a
is
banana
reason.
and orange are both fruit.
There's no
Right.
faith
But
in
you're not going to receive enlightenment without faith.
Well, sure you can. You can receive philosophical enlightenment.
Not without faith.
which is by reason and logic. That's using reason and logic.
Because once you go to faith, though, you're no longer being logical. Because logic,
Exactly.
we have, for logic to exist, it has to be able to be proven out, or at least make some sort of, follow some sort of rules, right? That's the rules of logic. That's why we argue. That's why we're able to say this is a fallacy, that's a fallacy. So when we do that, and we say, but we're going to take this on faith, we're just going to say it is because I say it is. We've not received enlightenment. What we've actually done is we've just granted ourselves our belief.
I mean, even if I were to grant you that, you're just describing Christianity and all of the religions.
Well, actually,
Oh, you went robot.
and I'm reading that book, and all of their traditions for hundreds of thousands. Yeah, I'm in the mountains of Tennessee.
Yes,
I'm crossing the
I
Caney
know.
Fork River right now.
I was just letting you know that you had broken up and we couldn't
It's
understand
a bad
what
time
you
to have it's a bad time to have a debate, but I'm always up to debate. So I'm debating at 80 miles an hour. So let's just keep going.
Yeah. Sorry
Let's
about
go.
that. I live in the mountains, but I got pretty
And
good
I don't have any-
reception.
I don't have a computer in front of me or anything. I'm like, you got me, bro. This is just me and my brain.
Well, yeah.
Great.
So
I was just letting
Faith-
you know so that you knew that you broke up and we couldn't hear what you had said right there.
Oh.
That was all.
Yeah, it's all right. It doesn't matter.
faith is
Well-
evidence of things not seen, and so God requires faith, and without
Faith is believing something without having any evidence.
reason and logic is numbers and shit. Like it's got to compute.
No,
It's
you
gotta
can
be
reason things that no, that's not true, Rocky. This
or
is why Dennis
imperial
and I,
evidence. We have
the reason
You can have
Dennison and I,
deductive. Go ahead.
yeah. The reason
ma-
Dennison and I are agreeing on
it's materialistic. There's no. What's the evidence of a spirit being? Is you got any evidence of a spirit being?
So now you're going to, is it logical to have faith and believe in spiritual aspects? Is that what you're saying, Rocky?
Well, I was
Logic and
debating
reason
Genesis,
needs
that's why.
evidence but they don't accept things not seen. Like my faith is in the evidence of things not seen, but reason and logic requires imperialism or numbers or reason or logic. Without faith, you can't even. I mean,
Say hi,
Without
Dennison.
faith, why get
Yeah.
up in the morning, right? Why even get up?
Because life is fun.
Right. And I'll grant you that. But so anyway, I'm sorry, Rocky completely derailed me, and I was going to.
I'm sorry.
I'm
Well,
just saying that faith.
Where are we
I-
at,
We
Dennison?
can't have a three-way. We can't have a three-way debate, Rocky. If you want to debate Dennison or me, you can do that. Dennison and I can debate. I
I'm
can't
not
do a
really
three-way debate.
thinking out loud. That's all. I'm sorry about it.
It's okay. Maybe mute up if you're going to think out loud. That way these two can have that combo. Do you
It's
remember
okay.
where?
It's fine. I'm just trying to, Anyway. I'm sorry, Dennis. I totally lost track where we were. But I think we were talking about faith.
Denizen?
Yeah, Rocky mentioned it.
Well,
I would say faith is believing in something despite the evidence.
Or lack of evidence.
Oh,
Right. So, and he was saying that logic is numbers and can be proven out, and basically saying that logic is lives in a physical world, and I disagreed with that, and I was going to comment that you and I would both agree that through deductive reasoning, even though we can't see something, we can prove that it exists with logic to some degree. Now we're still, there is a margin of error there, but this is how we I have a hypothesis of, say, a fourth dimension, right? This is how we have these other things that we can't actually prove yet, but logically, mathematically, we can prove it out that they should exist, right? That we
can
agree
infer.
on. We can infer that they exist, right? So when it comes to faith and, say, a religion, you're following the teachings of someone who came before you, which, granted, we're taking it on faith that these things are correct and recorded properly, right? So when we talk about, for example, the Christian religion, and we can track that back all the way to the ancient world, and say that, okay, yes, this person did exist. These things did. There's evidence that these things happened. There's recordings of these things happening. We found Noah's Ark. We've got all of this stuff. So, yes, we can believe that the Bible is, I'm going to say accurate. You would say possibly accurate. Why is my phone blowing?
Well, hey,
that might have been mine going off. Sorry, I just turned my ringer off.
Oh,
My bad.
Right. That's okay. I was like, I'm not getting anything.
Someone was
Anyway,
getting blown up.
Yeah, a bunch of
know.
notifications. A bunch of notifications went off.
Yeah, thought it was me.
yes, faith is the evidence of things not seen. And
I don't believe faith can be evidence.
Yeah, faith is kind of in spite of evidence.
faith is the evidence of things not seen. The like the spirit realm. There's evidence of a spirit realm, and so scriptures, we believe the scriptures because yes, the history of our forefathers or whatever, and
so there comes a question: doesn't the historical, because we have evidence of multiple things that are mentioned in scripture. We can prove that these places existed, these things happened. Doesn't that lend some kind of credence when it comes down to what argument can be made for faith?
No.
Why not?
You would expect a fictional work to be relevant to its time. So,
I knew you were
like,
gonna
New
say
York
that.
City exists in The Amazing Spider-Man.
so faith is okay. Faith is a non-meritorious system of perception. When someone told you, it depends on who's telling you. Do you trust in the person giving you the evidence? Like your teacher told you, you trust in your teacher that so you're having faith. You're believing in her. It's a
That's
non-meritorious.
a slightly different use of the word faith, but I would grant that to you.
Non-meritorious. It's a non-meritorious means of perception. It's not how smart you are.
Well,
So in order, you're telling me, in order
you're
to be
adding
saved,
you're adding a supernatural power to it, though.
smart.
Yeah.
You got to be you got to be really smart and a philosopher to be to have any kind of
No.
knowledge. So
Yeah.
what I'm saying is faith is non-meritorious. It doesn't depend on you. It
Agreed.
depends on the messenger. Who's giving the message? You're putting your faith
Agreed.
in the message.
Rocky, that's agreed. What he's saying is God and the historical record that we have supporting scripture is on the same par, if you will, as Spider-Man in New York City. God becomes the supernatural aspect of it, just as Spider-Man is. Do the places exist? Yes. Did things happen there? Yes. But there's the supernatural aspect, and that's where the faith comes in, is believing in the supernatural aspect of it.
Well, what we have there is called, witness accounts, correct? And we know that those people existed. We have multiple people corroborating an event. We found Noah's Ark. We have found, other historical items. We know that it's not up. I mean, it just is. But even if we were to go ahead and say, well, it's a historical it's just a historical backdrop for a book of fiction. Even if that were the case, which I don't believe that it is, it would have to be so well done that a church has preached it for a very long time. And we can literally, in various churches, not just Orthodoxy, but in Catholicism and even in the anti-churches, you can trace it all the way back to the beginning, to the writings of Paul, to the writings of Timothy, to the writings of these people. And even though we could argue about the validity, right, which I'm sure is coming, of books left out or, canon not being included. We could argue about all of that, but by arguing that, we admit that the pieces that we have are right and exist and happen. Because otherwise, who cares about what's not included?
Well, I mean, Noah's Ark has not been found.
Is it not found? I believe it was found.
There's an argument for it, but
I have faith in that.
It's kind of inconclusive. It's just like Globeki Tepe there's a very good case to be made that is the altar that Noah set up when he came out of the ark, that's written about in scripture. However, we can't actually pinpoint it down and say this was 100% Noah's temple that he had set up, and we can't say this is Noah's Ark, but
it's the school of scripture.
There's far more inconsistency in Christian philosophy than there is in other forms of prescription as well. Like, I mean, Christians don't even agree on what's written in black and white, and then the things that are inferred by events and not necessarily retold or foretold.
I can literally say the same thing about Aristotle and Socrates. We're still arguing about their
but you can't say the same thing about Einstein and Newton. And
I mean, there are people working right now to prove there are people working right now to prove that Einstein was only partially correct.
Can you discern
and when we do that, we'll no longer consider Einstein's theory to be all encompassing. It'll be referred to.
Sure.
Science.
My audio dropped out. It'll be referred to as an example, but it won't be used as an all-encompassing theory of everything. It'd have to be integrated into whatever new theory we have.
But Einstein's theory, which
Einstein, are you joking me? Are you joking, Einstein? Give me a break.
Einstein's an excellent example.
I thought I was speaking. I'm sorry. Rocky,
I don't know if he can always hear us.
Rocky, please don't interrupt. Okay.
Um,
Please do.
He's
really
on a
bad.
speakerphone, and I'm not sure he can always hear us.
You might have a slight delay too.
Yeah, I'm in my truck, so I don't know how my audio is. So Einstein's theory of relativity is it is still to a large degree based on faith, just because it is a theory that so far proves out, but there are people that are actively working to disprove it, or not, or at least maybe not disprove it, but to make it more accurate. They will do it eventually, right? Like every time we think that every time that we think that we have the science nailed down, we find out that, well, not really. We just understood half of it, right? So
That's what
and
makes
that's what
science a
happens in
superior philosophy.
well, science in and of itself is not a philosophy. Science is a tool that we use to verify our world.
I believe science over the scriptures.
I don't
think
believe
science has anything
either.
to do with the scriptures. But science doesn't require that you believe anything. Science is just proving out theories. And I think that's maybe something that most people don't understand. Science is always striving to disprove what they've already proven.
Did you
Because
get the jabbies?
I'm sorry.
You're
what?
muted. You're muted, Beth.
Talking to my kid real quick. Go ahead. Sorry, don't mind me.
I was just asking, did you believe the science over scriptures? Did you trust the science?
There's no believing science. Science is not. There's no believing it. It is either is or it's been disproved. That's how science works, right? Do you understand that? Oh my God, I can't believe I'm going to say, do you understand the scientific method? Because that's just fucking stupid and hard.
Repeatable. Science should be repeatable.
No, the scientific
theory,
method is.
in theory, science should be repeatable. However, it never is.
Then it's just a
Why
theory.
call it science?
You observe, you create a hypothesis, you test it, then you retest it and form a conclusion. Am I right?
Yeah.
And there should be some predictability,
You take your result.
and
Yeah, you take your
Einstein
result,
definitely
no
proved
conclusion.
that.
Yeah, Einstein so far, Einstein's theory, relativity so far has not been broken. But if it is
So
broken,
you believe
my fucking God, you asshole! Shut the fuck up when I'm in the middle of talking.
M
Okay,
squared.
I've been very
You believe in
patient
new-
so far,
you
but
believe
I'm
in-
running out of patience.
I'm
Buddy,
muting him for you,
I
Greg.
don't care about your political bullshit right now. I'm trying to have an intellectual discussion.
I'm
Okay?
muting
If
him
you want
for
to talk political bullshit, I'm glad to do that, but I'm trying to have an actual intellectual discussion. Now,
I muted him.
Einstein's theory of relativity so far holds. They're actively trying to break it so that they can prove that there's a fourth and fifth dimension and time travel is possible and all of these other things are possible. And what's preventing that so far is that we can't break Einstein's theory of relativity. We keep testing it and we keep making small adjustments and trying to refine it and run the experiment again, and it just hasn't worked yet. I'm vastly oversimplifying this, so if you want to come at me, Dennison, please feel free. I understand that I'm like carving this off like a fucking wedding cake, but that's how science works. Science is you should never believe the science. Scientists don't believe the science. That's why they're constantly testing it. That's why they're constantly running experiments. Only a fucking moron would ever believe the science. Ever.
Well, or a liar.
Or a liar. Yes, or a liar. Those two things. That's the only time you can say believe the science. If you're a moron or you're a liar. Because scientists don't believe the science. There's every person right now working to disprove the theory of relativity believes in their heart of hearts that Einstein is wrong. And they're going to prove it. Sorry, I got on my horse here for a minute.
You're good. All right. Rocky, he's done talking. So, Rocky, you got to unmute yourself. And now you can speak. Got to let him finish. Go ahead.
MC squared means nuclear power, nuclear bombs. You believe in nuclear bombs?
I don't believe in nuclear bombs. I believe in nuclear bombs.
Not nuclear bongs. I said nuclear bombs.
I mean, theoretically, they could exist.
In theory, we can test that theory.
So was Hiroshima and Nagasaki, were those real or were they just firebombed like everywhere?
We were testing a theory, and it worked that day.
We lost that. So
What? Why are you laughing at that? He's actually kind
hot
of
rock. Okay, nuclear energy is nothing but hot rocks refined to boil steam power plants, and so, but they make up this thing that you can't have any hot rocks because you might make a nuclear bomb. So anyway, they say you can't have any hot rocks so you can have free energy in your backyard because it's too dangerous. And Iran can't have any of that shit either because they're going to get them bombs that don't really exist. I mean, they don't even really exist. They're just fake nuke bombs that don't exist. But the energy from the hot rocks is real, where you can refine the rocks. They're not poisonous or it doesn't hurt you. It's just hot rocks that boil water. And what I'm saying is they got you thinking they're dangerous and we need government regulations and Iran can't have free energy. I mean, can't have nuclear bombs and free energy and shit like that. That would be, you know, you got to get a federal banking system to have free energy. Anyway, so what I'm telling you is there's a big scam where there's free energy that only certain people can have, and all you slaves have to buy it from the master philosophers or whatever the fuck they.
What do you think about relativity, Rocky?
I don't believe in relativity. What's real is for me is real for you. You might not like if I go up to the bank and say, "Hey, I want $500 out of my account," and the banker comes up and says, "Well, it only shows you got 200." I said, "Well, that may be real for you, but it's not real for me. I think I got $500 in the bank." Relativity.
Well, what
is
about if
bullshit.
you're in a car and you lean on the horn, and for you inside the car, all you hear is the horn like this, and but as you drive by me at 60 miles an hour, I hear this. What about that?
Well,
Why is my experience of the same exact sound different? Why is it relative for me and constant for you?
well, there's a lot of variables. I mean, he's inside the car going 60 miles an hour. You're outside the car, and there's variables that you. So how the fuck do I know? That's
Rocky,
bullshit.
you're
What I
explaining
said
it though.
was, what's
You're-
real for
Rocky,
me is
Rocky, hold
real
on,
for
Rocky,
you,
Rocky, hold on.
real for-
Rocky,
real
hold
for
on.
me.
Rocky, hold on.
Whether
Rocky,
know
hey
or
Rocky,
not.
Rocky. You were right though. Your answer was correct. It's because the sound waves are different for me than they are for you. The same thing happens with light, and the same thing happens with motion. And this was observable for Einstein, which is why he created the relationship between movement, the speed of light, energy, mass, and space-time.
So you believe that if you spin a particle so fast that it will collide and create the collision?
Great, what?
He's asking
So
if you
Einstein
believe in a particle accelerator.
Yeah, but what it was the last word he said, because if he's saying other particles, then I would say yes. And I'm not sure I believe that. I'm just saying it's plausible.
You believe in
demonstrable.
1947 that the U.S. government had a Hadron Collider on a bomb that dropped and it smashed into something and it
Started a chain reaction. It's possible.
but we lost that technology and we haven't used it since.
But we haven't lost it. You got too many different sources of information, and the ones that kind of make you feel good about your current belief system are the ones that you don't test and question.
Gravity. Did Einstein prove gravity?
No.
He's spinning. You spin so fast and you collide, and it's the Big Bang, ain't it? Like,
That's a big ass hawk.
It was Newton who came up with gravity.
what happens when the spinning Earth hits something in space? Is it like a nuclear explosion?
Wait, what?
Never mind. I'm just mocking you guys.
I mean, I
You
get that
believe
you're trying
in
to.
you believe in nuclear bombs. We've used them twice.
I don't believe in any of that stuff. But it's
70
plausible
years.
to me. I understand the physics.
I don't think you do understand the physics. I
I
think you
do.
just believe in bullshit that you learned in school, and you think you're smart, but you're really not that fucking smart. And you believe in fucking nuclear bombs.
Dude, I took care of the scientist who wired together the first one. All right, I don't know why you think that this was not something that happened.
Denny's very smart.
But you know
Because
what
he
happened?
has like a
Hiroshima and Nagasaki were firebombed. You can go there today, and it's a booming cities, and everything's growing, and nobody's poisoned. You remember the nuclear reactors in 2010 when 3 nuclear plants in Japan had that tsunami, and they said, "Oh, the whole Pacific Ocean is going to be poisoned." Did it get poisoned? No. You can go there today. It's a booming town. It's still there's no.
You know the difference between atomic and nuclear?
I heard a mic drop.
Thought they said that nuclear power was dangerous, and that if you let it get
Brother,
loose,
I just
that
passed 2 nuclear plants on my way driving back here.
and then the
I literally
bombing.
just passed
I
Flushbar
told
and
you, you
Oak
go
Ridge.
to Hiroshima or Nagasaki, you can go there today. It's growing. People, you can go to
Yes,
that place
yes,
in Russia.
because they were atomic.
They're supposed to be
atomic bombs.
bombed. They're supposed to
Very
have
small ones.
radioactive poisoning forever. All
because they're
bullshit.
atomic and not nuclear.
I mean, Rocky,
This is what I
Rocky, bro.
encounter when it. Go ahead.
It's just if first off, if I ever get this much dementia, somebody put a bullet in the back of my brain pan. Okay, this is painful to fucking listen to. Rocky, I don't care what conspiracy theory nonsense that you've been listening to, you're wrong. And you obviously don't understand between atomic and nuclear.
Bible. Do you believe the Bible?
I believe a lot of things. But my beliefs have nothing to do with your dementia and literal, like, absolutely hilarious misunderstanding of science and technology. Like, I'm shocked you can use a telephone. I'm absolutely shocked. Did your mom dial for you, or did you do it yourself?
No, there's nothing wrong with Rocky. He just believes a lot of conspiracy theories, and his religion is a very integral part of his identity. And so he has to start from a baseline of, like, the firmament being real, the earth being flat. And so right off the bat, he has to find ways to reject.
Oh, he's a flat earther?
You know, of course.
I did not realize that.
He's scriptural, and it's part of his identity. So he has to reject these other theories that would suggest other, possibilities. And it's not because he's
the Bible
stupid.
Does the Bible say we're on a...
As a matter of fact, I mean, he's quite clever in the way he defends absolute absurdity, if you think about it.
Grid, you believe we're on a spin?
I would like to just state for anyone who's actually interested in the difference between atomic and nuclear, I don't want to argue with Rocky about it. His mind's already made up, and he's already admitted he doesn't care what I have to say in that regard anyway. But what was exploded over Nagasaki was an airburst, first of all. So the altitude prevented, that reaction of what is referred to in a lot of, like, disaster movies and so forth, where it causes, like, neutron activation, and, like, the soil and everything gets thrown up into the atmosphere and radiated. Right. Most of the radiation was just in the air, and the type in an atomic bomb decays rapidly. And for Nagasaki, most of it probably, like, dissipated, like, in a day, right? And then, like, almost all of it would be gone within a week. But of course, the people in the area, though, were still exposed to that radiation for that day, for that week. And those people suffered long-term effects.
Birth effects were rampant for 40 years.
Right.
Right. Now, Chernobyl, for example, or Fukushima, these are nuclear reactors, right? So this is, the radioactive material has a much longer half-life. There's hundreds and hundreds more times the amount of radioactive material in Chernobyl than there was in the bomb. The bomb is like the tiny little pebble. Size amount of radioactive material, and the reactions in Chernobyl also are chain reactions, right? So they keep occurring, right? It keeps contaminating over and over and over and over again, making it, impossible to even go near there and do any kind of cleaning for a long time. So these are two totally different types of things. And also, I think 20 years from now, we probably will learn that Fukushima probably did pollute the water a little more than what's being admitted to right now. And it might have a lot to do with some of the health problems that we have, but that's speculation. I don't want to go too far down that rabbit hole.
Rocky, I need you to unmute. I was paid to ask you a question. Do you believe the Pacific Ocean is drinkable? I need you to unmute to answer that.
Well, it's not radioactive.
Is it drinkable?
It's bullshit. They said the three nuclear power.
Is it drinkable?
Well, salt water. You have to distill it, get the salt out of it.
It goes beyond the salt. You understand that, right? I mean, like, that's part of the problem with the ocean is more of the parasites.
Lie that nuclear energy causes radioactive poisoning is bullshit. It doesn't harm the water. It's not poisonous. It never was poisonous.
Can you demonstrate that for us?
You were firebombed by firebombs They use like
I don't.
it
Chill.
was, just it looks the same as Tokyo. This looks just like what happened to Tokyo. They firebombed it with bombs that were like
No, there was
Nate
definitely.
bombs.
Oh my lord!
Nate
Could you? So you're
nitrogen
saying are you
bombs.
saying that radiation sickness is not a real thing?
The Japanese after
Is
Hiroshima
radio?
did have burnt
Is
people. They were burnt. They were burnt. Evidence of burning.
that's not what
Yes,
I
because
asked.
that's what how an atomic bomb works.
Burns from
You don't.
fire bombs, and people survived. And you
Actually,
go
Rocky,
there now.
that's
No mutant.
Rocky.
There's
You're
no
incorrect.
mutant.
Rocky, you're wrong. There were thousands of people incinerated because the atomic bomb is much hotter than just a fire bomb, and it literally incinerated people. It
And-
literally made them.
Turn them to ash.
Yeah, turned them
They're
to
shadows.
like.
Even turn some people into shadows because of the
Exactly.
light intensity.
And then on
Yeah,
top, the people
you
who
just-
weren't there to get the people who were far enough away not to get burned that badly dealt with the radiation poisoning from everything around them. It was in the water. It was in the air. And if you,
Rocky.
Rocky, if I'm wrong, you should demonstrate it, sir. I'm pretty sure there's some sites that are highly.
Do not tell Rocky to eat some uranium. He will do it. Don't do it.
Look at the radium girls who used to paint the clocks. They had a thing to keep, in order to keep the paintbrushes together.
Yeah.
They would lick the paintbrushes to keep the bristles together, and they were painting them with uranium paint, and it freaking ate their jaw. It ate
Tritium actually, but
tritium, right?
tritium.
Tritium.
Also,
Yeah,
tritium.
my bad. Thank you.
You shouldn't lick windows.
But windows are delicious.
Can
Especially
barely-
those sugar glass ones.
Hi, Mel. Welcome.
Hi.
I'm fascinated. I want to, Rocky. How do X-rays work? Have you ever had an X-ray in your life? How does that work?
You're
To be
gonna
fair,
have-
that's a different form of radiation.
Remember the '60s duck and cover, get
Yeah,
underneath
No,
you.
I don't remember the '60s. I wasn't born in '71.
That was all
Hey,
BS,
how
and we
come-
all know
How come
ducking
there's
cover.
never been?
Ducking
How
cover.
come
under
there's
the-
never been? Do you know Tokyo is mostly made out of wood and bamboo? So it burnt real fucking easy. They had burn scars afterwards, and it was basically they got you fearing nukes.
Yes,
The whole
This
thing
is
is for you to
wild.
fear the nukes. Everything is Iran's got nukes. Fear Iran. We got to go to Iran.
Let me tell you something, Rocky. I took care of one of the gentlemen who helped wire together. He was on the Manhattan Project and helped wire together the first bombs that we, practiced with, if you will. Okay, let me explain. Rocky is something else over there, but right up to the day he died, like he regretted ever taking part in that project because he was able to vouch for the results that they got from what they created. So I
Beth,
don't
Rocky-
understand where you're bullshit.
Rocky's logic fails anyway. You don't even have to go there. Even if nukes aren't real, then the fire bombs that we created were capable of burning millions and millions of people. So if the point is to scare the shit out of everybody and make them think we can fuck you up, we could have just called it a firebomb. We could have just been honest about what it was. Whatever we dropped on Nagasaki destroyed an entire fucking city. So whether you call it a nuke and you make up a bunch of shit about atomic energy or not is irrelevant. His logic just it fails.
Yeah,
We could have
I
just
drove
said it
by
was a
two atomic
firebomb,
power
a really,
plants.
really hot firebomb.
It's still a cool story that I got to take care of that gentleman.
I just drove by Watts Bar Power Plant and Oak Ridge.
By the way, folks, Rocky is the sort of person you get when you raise a generation of boys to be afraid of saying, I don't know.
Truth.
I don't think that's how that works. All right, I'm almost to my house. I'm going to jump off here and go recover a little bit from this the amount of stupid that I've been exposed to. Much like radiation, I've been irradiated, but I've been astupiated. So I gotta recover from that. But you guys have a great time, and I should be. I don't know. I'll be back after the holidays.
Great. I appreciate you coming. And I hope you had a good time despite, the painful conversation. But it's nice having you.
Grit, I wish you were on the panel here so you could see Rocky doing his performative dance of the spinning earth.
Yeah. It's very funny that he thinks the earth is flat. That's hilarious. That's the best one yet. I love that for you.
Does he believe in the sea turtle?
Yeah, do we all right, I gotta go. My 15-year-old's about to get in on this, and he's mean.
I hear it. You're teaching him to bring the smoke. I love it. Have a safe trip. Enjoy the rest of your trip. And
yo, peace out, Mini Grid.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Mini Grid.
I'm taller than you.
It's true. All right, man. That's a stupid.
Hey, Rocky, don't you give me the
Dennis I can
Malokios.
have an intellectual argument with, but Rocky's just over there the earth is flat. You believe in a spinning globe?
I think you forget.
That's what the
I
planet
love
looks
you,
like.
bro.
Yeah.
Oh, those?
Brother.
I've been up in an aeroplane really, really high.
Brother.
Grid, did you forget to hang up? Or are you still here?
Of the globe into the other.
I would mute him.
Yeah, I'm gonna remove him. Yeah.
No, are you kidding me? That was content. That was gold.
That was content, but I respect the man enough. I can't do it.
Exactly.
Not to mention he's got his kid with him, and that would just be wrong. He's a minor, so I want to respect that boundary for sure. But that was pretty funny. Mini Grid bringing the smoke. I can't wait.
Adorable.
That
was adorable.
I think there's also a meta narrative going on here with people who feel like they'll never be able to obtain some sort of expertise on something or some sort of authority in some sort of field. And so Rocky, I'm not just directing this at you. I see this a lot. People who want to believe that there's something different about the things above them because then they no longer have to learn that stuff in order to be able to speak the same language, for lack of a better term. Rocky, you're unmuted.
Yeah.
Do you have a response, Rocky?
What's the question again?
Do you think maybe this stems from feeling like you're excluded from higher academia and stuff like that, so it's easier to reject it by making up your own lore about it?
I'm making what up?
Fantasies, your own story about how it really works. That way you don't have to actually consider what it's about. You feel rejected, right?
I'm making up stories.
Well, all I'm saying is that to me it makes more sense that you feel like higher academia isn't something you'll never be able to do, so you have these kind of excuses.
Higher academia,
right?
Are you the result of higher academia?
No.
Are you a higher academia than me?
No, actually, I haven't been to higher academia. But it seems to me like maybe you have some excuses for why you're too good for it or something.
Too good for what?
To learn about some of these things.
Because I believe something different than you.
Well, I mean, let's say I'm at the point in my life where if I believe something, I'm going to find textbooks about that subject. And I might not believe everything those textbooks say. I might believe that there's more to the story, but that's one side of the story, right? And then everyone else's opinion can be another side of the story. But you can't argue against something unless you actually understand it. you're probably arguing against something else unless you actually do understand the thing. It's kind of like the know your enemy philosophy, right? Like if I want to be wrong about something, I can just throw shit at the wall, and I'm more likely to be wrong than right, and just see what sticks, right?
Right.
People try to understand. I'm trying to understand people.
Sure.
Are you though? Are you trying to understand people, or are you just trying to like beat everyone over the head with your own beliefs and force people to ascribe to it eventually out of, I don't know, frustration?
Who did I beat over?
While I
the
was explaining the difference between the atomic bomb and a nuclear power plant, you were just like, mimicking and mocking and.
Well, I was muted. I
Pantomime
can't
routine.
speak, so I was just playing.
But it didn't require you to speak. It would require you to listen actively.
I was asking Grid if he believed the Bible, where
He
it
does.
says the earth does not move, and that the earth does not move, or do you believe science? And he said he believes that the earth is a spinning ball. He called me stupid because I believe the Bible says the earth does not move. And then you guys think you believe that nuclear bombs are real. And I gave you evidence that Japan was firebombed just like Tokyo.
When we
Because
gave you counter evidence, you just completely dismissed it and continued to
What
try to
counter
force
evidence?
your
You
narrative.
have no counter evidence. There's no
Explain to
counter.
you
Do you
that atomic
understand?
bombs are really, really fucking hot.
Do you understand that there is no form of any kind of firebomb that produces a light bright enough to instantly reduce a human being into a shadow? It doesn't exist except for within.
So you believe all those fake pictures that they made up? You believe in that
How do you know they're
bullshit
fake?
pictures of some kind of so
Where's your
Because
evidence?
nuclear
Yeah,
bombs
where's your
don't
evidence
exist.
that it's
No.
fake? Where's your evidence that it's
we
fake?
have pictures of Japan, Tokyo being firebombed, and it looks just like Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Now you're going to take one
Yeah, because if you
picture out
destroy
and
buildings,
say,
it's going to
"Oh,
look
look at there's
Right.
some kind of
No, I agree with
X-ray."
Mel on this one. Destruction is destruction, but there are certain things that occur when a nuclear reaction happens like that are that you cannot create them any other way. There is nothing powerful enough to create those things that come out of that reaction. For instance, people being turned into shadows, instantly incinerated to the degree that it was.
It's turned into shadows. How the hell
And-
do you take a picture
And
of a
let's
shadow?
talk. And let's talk about the toxic. Let's talk about the toxic.
Bullshit. There's no toxic.
Yeah, dude. Radiation poisoning is an absolute real thing. If you say it isn't, then I would love for
The original
By the way,
definition-
radiation poisoning can travel through the water.
The original definition of radiation poisoning comes from the word radio, which is high frequency
Oh my god!
radio.
See, you're doing it
radiation.
again. You're doing that thing again, where you're not. You're just completely
The
like
definition
dismissive.
of radiation.
You're dismissive of what other people say, and you're clinging to these theories that you think disprove what we're saying, but it doesn't at all. You're just like,
Yeah,
oh no,
Rocky. As someone who's worked with RF, it has nothing to do with radioactivity. Just because the two words have the same thing in them does not mean the same thing. If anything, it means that it has some sort of transmissible energy to it, not necessarily that they're in the same domain scientifically.
Thank you, Mel.
Radiation poisoning is fake.
Something weird
There's
is
no
happening
radiation.
here.
I think the expertise on this is fake.
Nuclear
I
bombs are
appreciate your
fake.
input. I do.
Radiation poisoning is fake. It's used as a
Oh,
fear
dude.
mechanism to get you to fear the nuclear power and
See, this is
free
what happens when we actually keep people safe
I
from
should be able
radiation
to
poisoning
have
and stuff.
a
They get to
nuclear
believe whatever
power
they want
plant
about it.
in my
Right,
backyard. Why can't I have a nuclear power plant in my backyard?
Because you're too stupid to operate it. And what you're demonstrating is a privilege, right? Because you're safe from radiation poisoning, because you're safe from nuclear disasters. because you're just that safe. You can believe whatever you want about it. If you had family members who died from radiation poisoning,
of nuclear hot rocks that boil fucking water, you're afraid of hot rocks that have no poisoning, and you're afraid of fake nukes that don't exist, and you call me a fucking moron. When
you're trying
the
to pretend you're not afraid by pretending you're knowledgeable at something you're totally clueless about.
Fake pictures of a shadow, fucking.
Oh my God, Rocky.
Bullshit.
See, Rocky's afraid of not knowing things, right? So he just inserts knowledge to fill the gaps.
Not afraid of no nukes, because nukes don't exist. I'm not afraid of nukes. I'm not afraid of nothing.
See, there was a point
You're not
where
afraid of fire bombs?
There was a point where it kind of made sense, though, that like we didn't know anything, right, as a species. So we'd look at the clouds and we'd be like, "Oh shit, is rain coming?" Or is
not you, Mel. I was trying to be quiet, Rocky. Rocky, I don't want to have to keep muting you. Please be respectful. Let other people say what they're saying.
Yes.
See, Rocky's doing an age-old tradition called superstition, actually, right? Where we would look at the clouds and we had no idea why they were there. We had no idea what they are. We knew they'd sometimes give out rain and lightning, and that was about it, right? And so we came up with all this lore about it, about what the clouds were, why they did what they did, how we can control them. Most of that turned out to be just magical thinking at the time, but it was the best we could do with the info we had. Eventually, we figured out how clouds work, and now we more or less know that you can't really control clouds directly. You can kind of see them, but that's a whole different story. But these are forces. The force of weather overall is something that's largely out of our control. Whereas before we thought you could like sacrifice deer instead of eating it, and then the gods would look highly down upon you and give you good weather for the harvest season or something like that, right? And that made sense to us when we didn't know jack shit. But now that we know jack shit, it doesn't make sense anymore. And that's just Rocky's thing, right? If Rocky actually knew what he was talking about, he would think he sounded like a buffoon right now.
Are you watching?
Yeah, but you gotta give it up for his dance, though.
They might drop a nuclear bomb on me.
The interpretive dance is phenomenal, Dennis, and I'm fucking loving
duck and
it.
cover. Don't forget the duck
Are
and
you
cover.
worried about a firebomb being dropped on you, Rocky?
Rocky's showing us the struggle of living in a world that's smarter than him.
Dennis, then hold it down for just a minute.
You know what I'm really afraid of? I'm afraid of Furbies coming to my door.
Well, the good news is the Furby's not here. I'm not on the Furby device. I'm remotely streaming. I guess
are you more afraid of Furbies than you are of firebombs?
I'm not afraid of.
Now imagine a furry firebomb. That would really scare me.
Oh shit! A firebomb made of Furbies.
Yeah, that's more or less what I meant.
Drones. These killer drones, they kind of got me. And these Terminator dogs and shit. Got me spooked out.
Drones also not exist?
Those kind of things kind of got
You
me
gotta love it,
out.
man. He really just picks and chooses whatever the fuck he's afraid of.
I want to see if he'll double down this. Rocky, do drones also not exist? Are drones also something they're lying about to keep us complacent?
I don't know. Are they real? What do you think? What do you think? Did Elon Musk put some satellites in space?
Probably.
No.
That's why we got Starlink.
No, it was just firecrackers because we can't make it past the firmament.
They weren't balloons or nothing.
They're just like bottle rockets.
I remember when they came out, there were 7 of them. They went across my sky when they first let them up. You could see the dots.
Yeah.
Look at
I was
Elon
actually
Musk.
freaked out when I saw that. I was like, is that fucking missiles in the sky? It looks like
I remember the first time I saw
it. Shooting through.
They kind of looked to me like balloons. When I was a kid, we used to get these coat covers from the dry cleaners in the
back in my day.
Were they covered in lead, Rocky?
We would put straws across to keep them open, and then candles, and we'd make these balloons go up in the air, and you could see them at night, and they would go up like Chinese balloons.
And then they realized you can't use hydrogen to fill balloons.
The time Elon put them 7 or 8 satellites out that went to space. I remember going out and watching them, and they kind of look like those old Chinese balloons going across
Those
the
would
sky.
never follow in a straight line, though.
Oh shit! I remember when I was in Afghanistan, when they first started using cell phones. What it was we had a balloon, and we would send the signal, and there was a cord connected to the balloon, and we would.
That actually, Rocky, that
was-
actually sounds like something that makes sense. I believe
then-
you there that you know what you're talking about on that.
Yeah, but what he's telling you is that's how it is now. That there's no such thing as
Most
satellites.
5G, most signal is sent 5G. Those are towers. Satellites
Yeah,
don't
because your
really
phone's
exist.
not powerful enough to talk to
Satellites
satellites.
aren't real.
Rocky,
Satellites are bullshit.
Rocky, stop for a second. I can explain this to you, right? Your phone is not powerful enough to talk to satellites. The transmitter towers are. That's the difference.
You think that when I put DirecTV in and I pointed the dish,
Yes, that is actually that goes towards a transmitter tower.
synchronistic satellite that's
They point that at a transmitter tower that actually does point to a
stationary
satellite.
orbit that goes against the spin of the Earth while I'm pointing my DirecTV antenna straight over that hill. But if I get it, why can't I just point straight the fuck up?
Because that's not where
Never.
the tower
Because
is.
the satellite isn't up there.
But it also,
Well,
satellite dishes do not actually point at the satellite. Let's be clear.
You know
about that,
where
right?
it's
They point at the
normally at.
transmitter
It's
tower.
it's normally pointing towards a
It depends on the
high
satellite dish.
antenna somewhere up in the
They're
mountains.
big ones, yeah. They're those old big black ones you used to see in people's backyards. Those would point at
Yeah.
satellites.
You know, there's
Those
an
are
antenna.
crazy.
Yeah,
in
my
the
mom
grass
had
belt.
those. It was cool. I could watch X-Files an hour early.
You know,
But
AM,
no,
FM
Rocky,
antenna systems
Rocky,
that they have.
you understand
from-
that it takes a certain amount of power to be able to transmit a
they
signal
have
to
the-
space, right? Rocky, you know that it takes a certain amount of power to be able to get a signal to space, right? You can't just, I can't just rub two pieces of fabric together
Do you
and
know
transmit
what
that
the-
signal to space. You
do you
need
know
a
what
very
you
specific
know
amount of power.
why there's a Ukraine war?
Oh,
Because the underground
Yeah.
cable
Your sweetheart's
that's
here.
under the sea cable.
oh my
We
God,
can't
she's
get
so beautiful.
anywhere on any of these topics. He
There-
does not stick
Europe
to a
is
single
not
topic long
connected
enough to
for
learn
Kendrick.
anything.
Not connected by satellites. It's
Famous
connected by
people.
cable under the sea, and it
Some of it
happens
is,
to go
yes.
out.
I cannot
Some
express my
telecom is.
jealousy with words.
Isn't she
Some
beautiful?
telecom is
She
done that way,
is.
Rocky.
Girl.
But it doesn't mean all telecom is done that way.
She's got a sweet
The
voice.
Earth is flat, motherfucker.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes. Hello.
And
babe.
so is your brain. Your brain is flat.
Don't eat my hair.
It's flat as a motherfucker.
That is your brain. I agree. This is your brain on Rocky.
Yeah. The brain
There's a
on Rocky
dome.
is.
That's why you have all the Capitol
Yeah.
domes. They're telling you
Don't do
that
drugs,
there's a
kids.
dome over you.
I mean, I did a lot of drugs.
If he said I'm just on mushrooms, I'd be like, okay, that you know what, fine. I'll give you a pass.
Rocky, you really make me think the whole men who stare at goats thing is real.
It's real. It's real. That's
Yeah,
that's
you're.
real.
I believe it is because of you.
What about Goatsy?
It's black magic.
The men
It's
who
basically
sta- the men
black
who
Don't
magic.
answer that, Beth. It was a trap. Don't answer it.
Oh.
But okay.
So how much LSD did they give you while you were in the military?
Apparently not enough.
I don't know. I think it may have been a couple doses too many.
I think the PTSD is still coming back to him. You know, I've never, I don't know if I believe the myth about like you can permafry yourself on these things and then you're just always tripping. That's one thing that
You really believe the
I
Earth
met
is spinning
someone.
ball?
So Mel, when I was a bartender here, we have this guy who's local. Who his name is Starlight. That should give you. That should be your first clue. And he is the sweetest guy in the world, but he is permafried. absolutely 1000% completely permafried. I wasn't sure that it was real either until I met him and interacted with him over like a decade. And like, yeah, no, like even the way that he talks and his mannerisms and everything, it's so like he's permafried. That shit is real. You got
Some people don't come back.
Yeah.
It's not that they're constantly tripping. It's just that
don't
their brain never returns to normal function.
That exactly.
Visit
That's
an
what's
insane
wrong.
asylum, and you'll know.
Is that what's wrong with me?
He's
my brain
totally
is-
harmless. Starlet, this gentleman, he's completely harmless. He is one
me?
of the sweetest people I've ever met in my life. Very respectful, very polite. Just he did not fully touch back down to earth.
So how do you know that's not schizotypal personality disorder? That's not the same schizophrenia, by the way, and it often
I
is
understand
missed.
that.
It would be onset by the psychedelics though, because I've had friends who I tripped with and then they never came back.
Right. So
And then I've
being
also
permafried
had
is
friends that
something
didn't come.
that was explained to me as like it can happen to anyone if you do too much drugs, right? Whereas like I believe that could happen to schizotypal people, being schizotypal myself, if I did too much drugs. But I don't.
Yeah, I could never prove that it could happen to everyone.
Yeah,
but
and
I did
that
have a
would be
friend that
studied
came
to
back
do
after
ethically
like 10
anyway.
years.
I mean, that makes sense, though. I mean, I could agree with that.
He was gone. He was gone
That
for
it just
4
triggered.
years, and then the fifth, sixth, and seventh year, he kind of grew out of it, and he was
But
never
to-
quite the same. But he became way more normal than the first 2 to 4 years.
Like, to be clear, I have schizotypal, and if anything, I feel way more in my element on mushrooms. Whereas it's smoking weed and stress that actually gets me to think magically more than anything. And RLM, I said this in chat earlier, and you brought something up. You were wrong about the fact that if you have any schizophrenia gene, that you'll get a trigger from mushrooms. That's only true for people who have the ability to show symptoms. There are plenty of people who are carriers of these genes but are not predisposed at all to getting schizophrenia, even if they do take those things. So just a little bit of nuance.
No, I appreciate that. What's the ability to show, like, they already have to be showing symptoms?
Well, just at any point in their life, they would have the ability to have schizophrenia, because since there is no way to know exactly when they'll start showing symptoms or what will cause it, you can't say for certain, like, okay, you have the genes, you won't show schizophrenia. But it's more to say, like, we all like, it's probably pretty common to have one or two genes that are at least loosely associated with schizophrenia. It doesn't mean that you're going to have a schizophrenic break just from taking mushrooms.
And I didn't take what she said as everyone will. Just everyone who has that has the possibility of having it triggered.
I did hear will, so
No, I understood that anybody who will. I did.
Gotcha.
it's not just it's not just
have
the
it in my
gene.
family, so that's why I'm terrified of it. But I mean, I'll look more into
Yeah.
it. That's what
It's not just the gene, it's having the things necessary to translate to an actual disorder.
Got it.
And I've seen somebody who ended up being diagnosed have a schizophrenic breakdown on their first time on acid, and that's scary shit. So I don't want to make light of it. I'm not saying it's not a big deal or anything like that.
Yeah, no, it's enough for me to stay away.
My best friend ended up getting arrested because he was like, literally saw demons like coming in through the window and trying to pull him to hell.
Yeah.
That sounds like
Another
angel.
acquaintance of mine. He was like really talkative and outgoing and friendly and gregarious, and like everybody got along with him, and he was really like kind of like mild tempered and gentle, and his personality just never came back. He was like, if you could get him to talk, which was extremely difficult to do, all of his thoughts were very dark and violent. But most of the time, he just didn't talk, and then he was just like that forever. He just stopped talking. His personality went away.
See, this guy that I know, he actually, like, it's more like everything in life is far more vibrant. It's more vibrant for him. It's more special for him. It's more, everything is extra, and he's not prone to like those dark moments. Just everything. You're beautiful,
And a
and
friend like
you're
that too.
beautiful.
Travis.
The way that he talks is very disjointed, and
Yeah.
even like his movements seem disjointed, and he'll be like, "Oh, hey, how you doing?" He'll be like, everything is good. It's beautiful today. Everything's beautiful today." And and the sky, just look at the sky, and it's like, yeah, it's starlight. It is beautiful. He's super kind though. Like, thank God he didn't go any other way. I mean, just because he's literally like one of the nicest humans I've ever met in my life.
That does part of that, like especially how you first started describing it, sounded a lot like schizotypal to me. The way they talk kind of reminds me of what I start to get like if I don't eat well and take good care of myself that way, which is kind of the thing. Like, I feel like I'm more sensitive metabolically to like my diet, and that has like a huge impact on my mental functioning. And it's something I really had to study in myself for a long time. Like, how do I respond to sugar? How do I respond to this and that? And do I need multivitamins? Turns out I do actually. Also, that way I can kind of be coherent from one day to the next. And as soon as I break that routine, that breaks in me. I can imagine if somebody's both done a lot of drugs and did that when they maybe didn't have the necessary dietary, how should I put this? Sufficiency to support that could be really hard on the brain, especially for somebody who's already like that. Because the few times that I've done drugs when I shouldn't have because I wasn't eating enough or something, it was not fun. It afterwards especially just felt terrible. And to be clear, I don't do psychedelics very often. Maybe once or twice a year. I'm using lower doses of mushrooms now to quit smoking, because it actually gets rid of my cravings. And especially when I get stressed out, I don't feel like I need to smoke.
Interesting.
That's something I would be interested in trying, but like I'd be interested in trying the microdosing for a multitude of reasons.
It's not necessarily microdosing.
Talk to Nikki about that.
On the same note, like, I am terrified of psychedelics because I know I've always been one of those low tolerance people. And I don't like being out of control of my facilities,
See, that's how it's like. It's weird how they're the opposite for me. Like, I feel like even like the winds and the clouds are all happening in lockstep with me, not because of me. I try to remind myself I'm not the center of the universe when I'm going through this, even though it can feel like that. But it feels like, when I start moving, the wind starts moving with me and stuff like that. Everything starts to feel really in control. Whereas like off of it, that's when I feel out of control. That's why I tend to suffer from like agoraphobia and even claustrophobia in some ways.
Oh, I suffer from the same thing.
It sounds contradictory until you realize.
Exactly. Agora and cluster. I have both.
Did anybody ever slip a Mickey of angel dust in a joint or anything?
No.
Yes.
Not that I know of.
Yeah.
I mean, I smoked a lot of joints that people have handed me, so maybe, and I didn't notice. But...
You've seen Training Day too many times.
So I smoked PCP laced weed without knowing it until afterward.
That's shitty.
Yeah, it happened to me once. I spent 3 months in a psycho ward.
Oof.
He told me before I got high though, like, so we're smoking it,
Marine Corps.
and he told me as I was smoking it.
Marine Corps. Marines thought I was a snitch, but I was just I didn't smoke. I'd smoke weed with them, but I wouldn't do their drugs and shit. They thought I was a snitch, so they gave me some angel dust, and they took me to the.
That sounds like something from a movie.
It is from.
They put me on Haldol for 3 months.
That makes sense.
You know what's weird for me is like I was raised on like Ritalin, literally from the age of 4, by the way, and like uppers like that. And so I can't stand them. If there's anything that makes me feel out of control, it's uppers. And like the one time that I've mixed anything with my weed other than tobacco, it was cocaine. And I knew he was doing it. I didn't know he was going to put that much in there. I thought it was going to be like, he said it was going to be a little, but his definition of a little turned out to be much different than mine. So like, you know, I smoked some of the Cocoa Puffs with him, and then I go on my way after getting some weed from this guy. And I'm just like, holy fuck. I feel like I want to run, but I'm also like terrified of running because of how high I am. It's like, this is the worst
Primos
feeling
are my
ever.
favorite.
It's,
I
think that
can
there's, like-
usually get more of the sedative effect than the stimulant effect. So it's like perfect. It feels like I'm riding in a car with the top down, but I'm really just sitting in my bedroom chair.
So it is interesting. Mel, do you have like the opposite reaction when it comes to like caffeine and uppers usually? Like, do they usually slow you down?
It's hard to tell because I usually only drink caffeine when I'm smoking weed, and I usually smoke enough weed to overpower the caffeine. I feel more scattered on caffeine. Like my ADHD is worse, and I can't actually. I either have to hyper focus on something that's very low effort, or high effort things will scatter me more. So I usually don't take it when I need to perform mentally, just physically.
So I would actually even question if it's truly ADHD or if something else is going on, for the simple fact that like, and I'm not trying to like knock or like, I'm not calling you a liar or anything. I'm just putting it out there that like with my kid, ADHD people usually like caffeine slows them down to where they're not so scattered. So it's interesting that you don't have that same, because that's usually like the marker. If you put a kid on Adderall and it doesn't slow them down, it's not ADHD. It's the same thing for Ritalin. There were tons of kids that got put on Ritalin. The Ritalin, you know, in some cases made it worse. And it's because they didn't truly have ADHD. It was a different neurodivergent issue. And treating for ADHD makes it worse.
So I hear what you're saying, Beth, but the only problem is that like part of this is also a function of the fact that none of these treatments were ever considered to be 100% effective to begin with.
Right.
Yeah.
And so it could still very much be ADHD, where I just fall outside of the normal treatment bracket.
Well, there is ADHD, ADD. There is a difference. I'm the same. Medication levels me out. Coffee puts me to sleep. Like and I don't get hyper at all. Opposite effect.
When my kid was young, and if we needed her to calm down and relax and like not be, you know, touching everything, just give her a little coffee or half a Pepsi, and she'd just mellow right out.
But does that mean like, okay, so like I said, I kind of either need to focus, like I hyper focus on something that's easy, like watching a TV show, or if it's something like school, then I'll become scatterbrained because it requires intense focus, right? So when you say like, and if mellowed out just means like it looks like you're able to focus on one thing instead of constantly looking for more stimulation, you might have seen that in me as a kid. I don't remember because I wasn't given much caffeine as a kid.
Yeah.
What about indica?
Well, actually, so sativa makes me very scatterbrained, like incredibly scatterbrained.
Yeah, so that's neurotypical. Doesn't mean that you're not neurodivergent.
I
But
know.
it sounds like your reaction to stimuli is neurotypical.
Indica for
Most
me is,
neurodivergent people are the opposite. Like indica will make them really talkative and help them to focus, and sativa will make them like super chill and relaxed. And
I mean, I'm smoking indica right now and talking with you. Indica puts me more in a slightly more creative space. Like my mind is still going, but it can go to music now or something instead of being like
Is it a
internally
hybrid?
about its own thought process. Indica?
yeah, which one are you smoking?
I
Strain.
don't know. It's usually an indica.
Because some indica strains will help.
I don't
you,
care
like,
that much about the strain.
Yeah.
If it's indica, it's indica. If it's sativa, sativa. I'm one of those stoners.
Yeah, with the indica, my my daughter actually, because once she became an adult, she decided that she was going to take her. The schools forced me to have her tested and put on ADHD medications when she was in 3rd grade. I refused to medicate her outside of school because I fucking hated it. I hate the medication. I think it's horrible for kids. And so instead, I tried to work on ways to deal with it, right? Make lists, set alarms, do this, do that, whatever. But as an adult, she was like, nope, I'm coming off of it. She did a big study on it and was like, that shit's bad. And went to using marijuana because we're in New York. It's totally legal here. And it absolutely has done an amazing job of taking the place of those meds. Like the indica has gotten her all the way through a bachelor's degree.
That's incredible.
Sounds like hyperactivity.
So she's severe.
Worse.
She's severe ADHD with the hyper. She was one of those kids that like everybody's doing stuff and you're standing right next to her and she wants your attention for a second. She'll grab you and shake the fuck out of you and be like, "Hey!" And it's like, stop.
You know that the same drug they give
Happy-go-lucky kid, sweetest kid in
the
the
same drugs they give ADHD children are the drugs that they give people for quitting smoking. And when I went to my
they're very different.
I was forced to go to
you're talking about Wellbutrin. That's not.
Wellbutrin, you're right. But Wellbutrin's also an antidepressant. Wellbutrin is like a broad spectrum medication that can treat a multitude of things. The classical ADHD medications, so we're talking Ritalin, Adderall, that kind of stuff, is nothing more than legal. It's legal methamphetamines. Okay.
Well,
and legal speed. It's horrible. That's why when you fill your prescription for Adderall, read the bottle. It says amphetamine salts.
Anyway, when I was forced to go to a psychiatrist to test for PTSD, and the psychiatrist was an ex-military guy, and he was on SSRIs, and he wanted me to get on them as a cure. And so I said, fuck you. And I started smoking weed and I self-medicated instead of taking that shit. And so they basically, those things, if you read the side effects, they can make you suicidal, especially when you try to get off of them.
Watch the TOS, please. I want to have this conversation. I want to. All right. I've lost several friends to 22 a day. So I want to have this conversation. Just take the S word. We need a different word. So I'm not getting hit in the algorithm so hard, please. Okay. But I want to have the conversation because you're right. And several of my friends, by the way, were being treated by the VA and put on those. They were on those medications when they when they unalived themselves. So I agree with you, Rocky, and I'm glad you didn't take it.
But at the same time, we can't demonize it because I'm a success story from them. So, unfortunately, some people it does no good for. Other people, it really did save my life.
We need to spend more attention looking at individual chemistry, right? When we're starting to talk about these medications,
because we didn't work for me, nothing. I mean, that's what put me back on track. So
also the separation between nature and nurture strikes again,
right?
Because we're not being honest about how our experiences are what often cause our inability to process serotonin properly.
Yeah.
Trauma.
Mm-hmm.
And trauma is stored in the body. Something it took me 40 years to learn.
Absolutely. I'm just now learning about the epigenetics where it can be passed down.
Yeah.
When somebody first told me
generational trauma, baby.
When somebody
we don't have the slightest fucking idea what histamine means.
I have I have a reaction. I want you to. So Shintai wanted to do some. He brought up the idea of doing some reactions to some music. Right. We were working our way around how to get around the copyright, and we think we may have figured it out. And we've got a couple songs already lined up. Like the first two, we already know exactly which ones they are. Like Denizen's in on the first one. I want you in on the first one, and RLM, I want you in on the second one. Like big time. It's a tough one. It's dark as fuck, but I think you'd give awesome insights from it.
In regards to what when it comes to music?
Well, we're picking, like I said, Shintai had come and been like, and I've actually had a few chatters that are like, want me to cover certain songs that deal with these topics that really do affect our cultures and our societies. They have really difficult topics to digest, right? And they've been looking and wanting people, panelists especially, to react to this stuff. So it looks like Shintai and I may have found a way around the copyright on it. And literally, hopefully you haven't seen it. And it'll be a first-time reaction. And what I would do is just record it, and we'll take snippets and then put together a panel for like 4 to 6 people who do react to it to go ahead and give them your full feedback. Because, yeah, it's actually interesting as shit, I think. I think it'll be good. It's a good idea. Just copyright. They really want to make sure that you can't play, like, we can't play it without getting copyright strucken. But this artist actually is willing to give us rights to cover it. So we'd be able to show actually the whole music video and everything.
Do you ever think I'm gonna start doing it eventually, sooner than later? TikTok
reactions.
Because you can stream on TikTok, and they don't copyright music. So whenever you want to do something that has to do with that, if you get enough of your people to cross over to your TikTok, then you could just do it over there.
That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
let's talk some more about this later.
Yeah, for sure.
Brilliant. And like I said, I mean, like I get chatters all the time who message me and are like, I really wish you guys, like they love watching us hang out and just bullshit. And they're like, I really want you to cover this song or that song. But the topic here between going from Rocky bringing up, unaliving to the generational trauma to holding your own trauma just it reminded me that, yeah.
I have a love-hate relationship with music because as much as I love it, once I realize that the initial frequency has been manipulated. And there's so much music tied to so much memory that I love. I've stayed away from music. But yeah, I totally down for whatever you want to do.
You'd be willing to do that? Shit.
Of course, yeah.
When we end the stream, stick around for 15 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
But although I think I might be shutting down soon here anyways, because my kiddo went and got stuff to make tacos.
Yeah, I did 12 hours and then I hung out over 007s. I'm tired.
I don't think anybody is even on.
No, it's been a quiet holiday weekend. I think Dusty's away, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, no, it's been good to jump on because no one's really on, but at the same time, tired. But I wanted to come and support my girl. Show a united front in these damn streets.
Kid had to ask me, is this the right frying pan?
The optics are real.
Lord. I so don't want the drama. Some of it's gonna bleed through. I get that. but I like you guys. I like everybody. And I just don't want the fucking smoke. It's not. I appreciate my peace too much to let people disturb it. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
Yeah, I hear you.
I wish more people in the sphere like kept to that, because then it's like anybody who's like trying to seed little problems between us, it wouldn't fucking work. And then it'd just become a nothing burger, and eventually those, you know, the people who cause problems go away.
Yeah.
But on the same note, drama sells. I get it.
All too well.
Well,
Superstar.
well,
You guys.
welcome to the whipping post, RLM.
Oh, honey, I got
right there with
my
you.
old community fucking tied me to the back of a truck on those fucking nut sack thingies hanging and drug me for miles. Trust me, I was already prepared, so I can handle it. No worries. It just builds character. Yep, just builds character. I'm here for it.
Again, it's that group thing, right? It almost reminds me of like mass hysteria, where you get like a group, you can convince a whole group of people that they have like some horrific disease. They've been exposed to something horrible, and oh my God, save the shrimp, save the shrimp.
Bro. Yo, Spin had me dying with that shit. And then he pulled up a whole other like save the whales, save the seaweed. Like he was just going at like I was like, Lord have mercy. Where do you find what does your algorithm look like, sir?
You know, but that's the thing is this is the internet. If you want to find it, you can find it
You
somewhere.
can find it.
No
For
matter
real.
what it is, you can find it if you look. If only you look. Only you look.
Save shrimp from what? From the nuclear.
No, save the shrimp from inhumane unalivings.
Cow fucking. That's right. We were doing. Oh, that's right.
You remember the golf course?
Yeah. So cow. Now there's like some places that are passing laws where they don't want cows out in the open fucking. So I pulled up a cow fucking video this morning. Yeah. My God, Rebecca, thank you for reminding me that shit was
The squirrels and
hysterical.
birds are next.
Girl. And then we got on the cow farts, which is like just another fucking brilliant one.
Where I live, one year, in the city, the deer started getting down into the cities because they like increased the restrictions for hunters and stuff, like how many they could take out in 1 year and all that kind of thing. And so the deer population started getting out of control going into the city. This city, which mind you, is home to not one but two hugely nationally accredited fucking universities. One of those universities started trapping the deer, spay and neutering them, and releasing them.
What the fuck?
They had a spay neutered the deer program where I live. That is a real thing.
Oh my God.
That is a
Leave the animals
real
alone, bro. Leave the animals alone.
Well, then when the cough hit, and people stopped going outside so much, the populations again started getting out of control. But this time it was different. Now they had coyotes going into residential areas, and that was the point when they decided to allow hunters to go and hunt within residential areas during certain hours because people were staying in their houses anyways.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Better than
leave the fucking
Do you
runners
remember
alone.
that one? Did you remember that one picture though? That it was like they were deer in Manhattan. Like that was probably like. Do you remember at all?
Deer in Manhattan. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
It was one of the most beautiful things. I was like, God damn, that like nature like took life back immediately. That was the only thing that I can appreciate from that time. Was the birds were louder. You could hear everything because there was no noise pollution.
Yep. I almost hit a bear with my car 2 blocks from an elementary school in the city.
That's crazy.
What the fuck? I couldn't. I literally stopped my car in the middle of the road, and I'm like, did I just fucking see that? And I'm
That's
watching this big ass
wild.
black bear go through these people's backyards, and I called up the cops, and I'm like, yo, I just almost hit a bear on this street, and they're like, well, what are we supposed to do about it? I'm like, well, you might want to do something about it because it's headed right towards this elementary school, and we're only about a block and a half away, and the kids are getting out in 5 minutes. So you might want to do something.
Wow.
We got cougars. We got mountain lions that hang out at the elementary school,
Ooh,
and
I
they
don't like
just
that.
they'll just catch them and tag them and let them loose. And we're restricted. They drop grizzly bears in our mountains to help with they got restrictions on wolves, so they let the wolf packs go, and then they restrict them. They restrict hunters from hunting bears or wolves or deer or elk, and so they fuck up the whole natural system of what humans are. Natural people too, you know. So you got people starving to death, and they're not allowed to go hunting. And in the meanwhile, you got these mutated deer in your town running around because they're not naturally fed good food. They eat fucking garbage that this neighbors feed them.
Yep.
And so fuck the whole system up. And it's all by design. They don't want you to be self-sufficient. They killed all the creek in my fish once. I mean, all the fish in my creek once. But guess what? I found rookie trout in there.
Nice. We had hunters donate venison to the food pantry, and as soon as they heard that they were handing out venison, fucking they swooped in and took it all and said, no, you can't give this to the people. No. And it's like, well, you didn't. There was no problem with the hunters eating it, you know. And as long as
horrible.
it's the whitetail. As long as it's just the whitetail and not the actual white deer. So we have an army depot near us that used to be home to chemical and biological weapons. And there was a situation where several of them broke and leached into the ground, and now we have albino deer. I'm not shitting you. And they're all fenced in a containment area. You don't eat the white deer. They're so pretty, RLM. They're really pretty. My ex-husband didn't believe me when I was telling him about it. And we were driving by out there. I'm driving. He smacks the shit out of me. He's like, oh my God, I saw one. It's like, yeah, they're absolutely pretty. But
did you see the albino cow that looks like Donald Trump?
No.
Okay, look it up, please. You have to do yourself a favor. Go
I
to
gotta
YouTube
do it
and
myself.
look at the it's video on YouTube.
Okay.
And he looks like Donald Trump. He's got a comb over and everything.
Oh
Shut
my
up.
God, I'm looking this up. What do I do? You said albino cow?
Yeah, that looks like just say Donald Trump cow.
Donald Trump cow. Okay.
I saw some deer walking through town limping like they were mutant, like
oh Jesus Christ.
Barely could live. They looked like they would barely survive in the wilderness. But they're walking around town with one leg like that, like they're on fentanyl or something. Fucking ridiculous. They need to be cleaned up. Get rid of them fuckers somehow.
This first one? Is this it?
Yep, there he goes. He's in Bangladesh.
It's probably a transhuman.
I'll show you the white deer too next. I'll pull it up and show you some pictures. Oh my God.
It looks transhuman.
Oh shit.
Well, Rocky, I know you believe in the Nephilim too.
What the
Aw.
hell?
Look at him.
Bull.
Poor baby. It's like I just want to eat grass. This is not Donald.
আমি 10 মাস আগে তাকে রাজশাহীর সিটি হাট থেকে কিনে আনছিলাম এবং ওর চুলগুলার কারণে আমার ছোট ভাই এই প্রতীকীর নামটা দিছে আদর করে। আপনারা জানেন
Red
যে
heifer.
সময় আমরা পশুকে আদর করে অনেক অনেক নামে ডাকি, অনেক ফ্যান্সি নামে আমরা ডেকে থাকি।
It's a red heifer.
It is not a red heifer.
It's the red-headed heifer that's for sacrifice at the temple, the New Jerusalem. they're
No, the
building.
fact that they combed his hair over.
Trump
I'm
is
dead.
Trump is Cyrus. He's the
কালো কালারের জন্য যে মেলানিন যে
savior of Jerusalem.
সেটাকে জেনেটিক মডিফিকেশনের মাধ্যমে প্রিভেন্ট করার ফলে এটার কালারটা সাদা
crazy.
গোলাপি রঙের হয়েছে। এটা আমরা ইউএসএ
The Indians are
দেখতে পাই অথবা ইন্দোনেশিয়াতেও আমরা
experimenting in genetically modified pigs and cows. And Chinese are laughing at us, sending over their GMO, half human, half pig bacon and shit. American people are eating
Bangladesh.
Jingamo.
I'm looking
Still
for the
a-
Donald Trump cow. He's
It's a
looking very,
Donald
very,
Trump
very.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Very, 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 very good. Very, very good.
Very, very, very,
Very,
very,
very, very, very, very, very, very good. Red-headed cows. The Donald Trump cow. Very, 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 very good. The red head MAGA, the red MAGA cow. Get your red MAGA
Oh,
cow.
shit. 7 cities. I just got that.
Christ.
Oh, man.
All right, here, hang on. I'm gonna pull up the white deer and show you because they're really pretty. I just freaking cut the side of my thumb and I need to get a band-aid.
Sounds
Damn, I'm bleeding
racist.
like a motherfucker.
Sounds like
Ooey.
a racist deer. Racist deer.
No, swear to God, they're not right. These poor deer, they had to shut down this
Sound
army
like the
depot.
privilege. Some
The
like the
the
privilege.
people who work there, Rocky, like including the military officials who work there, they all start. There were a bunch of children that were born with birth defects, and there was a general or something there that was hunting out on the land, and he stepped into something and it like melted off part of his fucking leg, and that's when they finally were like, okay, yeah, we may have a problem here.
Fuck.
And they had to shut down. They had to shut the place down. Here we go. Let me.
So
Here.
these deer are white fenced off deers. They're fenced
They're-
off.
They're
white-tailed.
red-tailed. So technically, genetically, these are white-tailed deer, which is what we have around here. Okay. However, they're mutated because they lived on this army depot where we had chemical and biological weapons stored that leached into the ground and made a whole lot of people sick.
That's just the story they tell you. It's really
No,
a
I've freaking been there, dude.
top secret military installations
regular
where they
brown-colored
are
deer.
into the
This is what.
transhuman agenda.
Oh,
Aren't they pretty?
these were in Leave the World Behind in the movie. Oh,
Not
that's
pretty.
beautiful.
Not
which
pretty.
include preserving the white
That
deer
one's
herd.
all right looking.
The all-white deer, which now
This is what
number
that
about
brown is what they're
90, are
supposed
not
to look like.
albinos,
Looks like a mouse.
meaning they
It's
lack
not
all pigment in their hair, but have normal
Mutated.
brown-colored eyes.
It's not their fault,
Along with the deer,
Rocky.
wildlife on
Yeah,
the
but
land
they should.
includes wild turkeys.
They're special
Sometimes deer
privilege.
and wild
They
turkeys are
got
closer to
protection.
each other
The hunter should
than
be
some
let
might
them.
think, as
let them
Money's
hunt
trail
them up.
camera shows.
They're victims
So,
of
yeah.
the psyop, just like we are.
The white
These
special
are the,
privilege white deer.
These are
I
the
think-
albino deer from the army depot that's in my area. They're supposed to be brown, but they are not. Hi, Snow.
Wow. Snowbird.
Race.
That's
Racist.
The
crazy.
video doesn't do them justice when you're riding by and you happen to just see them because they're all contained in a
Right.
fenced in like fucking it's something like 70 acres or some shit or more than that, or maybe 100. Shit, hang on, let me look up
Privileged,
how many acres.
privileged white upper class deer
That's racist.
having privileged their own 70 acres, protected from hunters, privileged white class, typical bullshit.
It's 16 square miles. So yeah, I was right.
Racism.
A 7,000 acre portion of it was purchased and is now the wildlife preserve where they have all the white deer contained.
Wow.
It's probably a top secret underground facility where they have transhuman experiments. And they're allowing this. It's like a doctor. It's the island of
Dr. Moreau.
Yeah.
Dr. Moreau Island.
Well, it was top secret in the sense that nobody knew that the military was storing biological and chemical weapons there until all of this came out. Like, you started seeing the white deer first, and then the people who worked on the base started getting very sick. They started getting very sick.
Their cover story is that it's radiation mutation, but it's really radiation. It's nothing to do with it.
I didn't say I did not say they had nuclear weapons. I said they had biological and chemical weapons. Something caused these deer to become albino, and literally, like, their babies are albino. They've been albino for fucking 50 years now in this one plot of land. And that plot of land, by the way, was deemed unusable for human. Like, humans can't live there. You can't grow food there. It's completely contained and considered contaminated.
It's even scarier.
White deers matter. Also, white deers matter.
By the way, here you go, Rocky. It's on a lake. If you're ever, looking to, do some good protesting, I got a great place for you. Don't eat any. You don't want to eat any fish out of that lake. They're really pretty.
Well, I got some cutthroat trout coming up the back of my creek. I caught a couple of them the other day. They released them into the river, and they came up my creek.
The carp near the old army depot are fucking massive. Like, holy shit! I've never seen fish that big before.
Oh, crap!
Oh my god, they're huge. The carp are wild, and then we also have lake sturgeon too. Those will knock you out of your boat if you're not careful.
Well, these cutthroat are a type of salmon. I think it's GMO. They grow them.
We have some salmon. We have salmon in our lake as well. We have salmon. We've got all the different kinds of trout. We've got the like I said, the one that scares me is the lake sturgeon and lampreys. I am terrified of fucking lampreys.
We got supposed to have sturgeon in our river.
They put in a bunch of dams to try to trap all the lampreys. I'm still scared of lampreys.
What are lampreys?
You don't know what a lamprey is? Let me show you what a fucking lamprey is. Oh my god.
No, don't do it. Don't show us.
Oh, it is the thing of nightmares, RLM. Okay. They're nicknamed the vampire fish, okay?
Oh, hell no.
I'm going to show you. Everyone should be afraid of lake lamprey.
They got teeth. They got teeth.
They got lots of teeth. They got circular teeth. They bite you and they spin and drill holes into you. They're fucking.
The fuck?
Oh, shit.
Yeah, dude. Here.
Ew.
Oh,
So the market has a clock.
I got
So the Realtor.com market clock sets for like inventory time
Yeah,
on
you
my
don't want to swallow that.
It has a snake-like body and suction cup mouth stacked with rows of sharp teeth. Inside,
There's a file-like tongue in the middle that flicks out and drills through the scales and skin of the fish. And then it feeds on the fish's blood and body fluids.
the sea lamprey is like something out of a horror film, feasting on the fish of the Great Lakes. The fish is native to the Atlantic Ocean. They spawn in freshwater rivers and streams, but they eventually found their way into the Great Lakes, first documented in Lake Ontario in 1835. By 1938, they were established in all 5 Great Lakes, destroying native fish populations.
So I got to go back just a little bit. So I live on these itty bitty lakes right here. I live in these lakes. We have lamprey here now too.
Oh my God! It's big. Should be free open season. Should be open up season.
We lived up here for a little while on the St. Lawrence, and I caught a snakehead up there. It was fucking like this. I got a beautiful picture of it. Those are another invasive, nasty one. But I'm scared.
The use of lampricide, along with other control measures, had reduced population by nearly 95%. But
lampreys are slimy, resilient beasts that will take advantage of relaxation and control and balloon out of control again, given the chance.
the COVID-19 pandemic saw the relaxation of some of those measures.
Lake Erie and Lake Michigan, we saw a doubling in the lamprey numbers, and we saw significant jumps in Lakes Huron and Ontario, and we saw a large jump in Lake Superior.
And it could have devastating ecological and economical impacts on the Great Lakes.
They're just able to kill 40 pounds, I think, of fish in their 12 to 18 month feeding period. The fish in Great Lakes are often unable to survive the sea lamprey attacks.
Gaydon says while this spike is concerning, work is underway through a binational sea lamprey control program to manage populations.
We're cautiously optimistic that while these numbers are high and economically and ecologically damaging to the Great Lakes, that they're also going to be temporary blips in the numbers.
With the hopes that in years to come, lamprey will once again be reduced to pre-pandemic levels. Eric Gavella, Global News.
I
Toronto.
don't like
No,
lamprey.
no, that's alien, bro. That's not even real.
I don't like lamprey. Okay, I'm scared. I am fucking scared of those things.
Should grind them up and make fertilizer out of that shit.
That's what they do. They put in dams because we have a lot of like little creeks that run down into our lakes, right? And so the lamprey like to mate at the dams. And so they pretty much all come to the dams to mate, and they know when they're there, and they just start scooping them out and fucking killing them as fast as they can. And no, you'll catch fish. You'll go fishing on the lake and catch a fish, and it'll have a lamprey on the side of it. It's like, lamprey! I don't like it.
Fuck that shit. Nah, man.
Now, new fear unlocked, right?
It's an invasion from the Atlantic. So they start out as saltwater fish from the Atlantic and migrated to.
Yeah.
It's like
The eels. Look what the eels do. They have their babies and fresh, and then go back to salt.
Yeah, they travel right up the St. Lawrence River into the Great Lakes. Fishing on the St. Lawrence is a lot of fun. Like, you'll catch both, like fish you'd expect to find in the Atlantic Ocean, as well as ones from the lakes. I don't know, Donna, but in the same areas, you can also catch snakehead. We have a very large Asian population here due to one of the colleges, and they introduced snakehead to our lakes. And those fuckers will get out of the water and walk across land to another body of water, and they'll eat your little dog on their way. They're nasty. Have you ever seen a snakehead, RLM?
No, bro. What are you doing to me? Why are you traumatizing me? I mean, we're talking about recluse spiders,
like
and
an
now we're
all-out war. There should be like an all-out war.
RLM horror hour. Go ahead.
Show
me, because I know you want to show me. Go ahead.
Of course, I
never
gotta
heard of
show
these
you.
motherfuckers. And I've never heard of them before. There should be an
Even the
all-out
cat was
war.
like, "Fuck no, don't do it."
Should be an all-out war on these motherfucking things.
On what? Lamprey or snakehead?
Both of them.
Yeah. Oh, you should also. Oh man. What's the other one? I think it's like the Thai basil.
They keep it
They introduced-
localized to where they keep the news localized to where most people don't even know these motherfuckers exist.
Yeah, they also introduced Thai basil, which is just an herb. They introduced that to our lakes, and it's eating people's boats. Like it's fucking destroying so much
And
in our area.
It's found out that it's done on purpose. It's done on purpose by certain people that do this.
There we
shit.
go.
Hate our guts and shit.
Kudzu in Georgia.
Devon, the #1 rated business
We'll
travel
do this
platform,
one.
lets your team book
Come
direct
on,
travel
let me
in
skip.
one place. Flights, hotels.
I have caught
This
one of these
is a
fish.
fish story without exaggeration, but you might wish it was untrue. That right there is
Ew.
a snakehead fish known for its long body, large mouth, and yes, I'm sorry to tell you this, but it's got what they describe as shiny teeth. This one
big
was found
ones,
in the
dude.
Schuylkill River
I almost
last week,
lost
which
a
is
finger.
not where this invasive species is supposed to be swimming. Becca Hendrickson talked to the experts today about what that might mean.
Invasion.
What's unique about these
It is an
fish is they
invasion.
don't just survive in water, they can breathe air and jump from one body of water to another. It's one of the reasons they're considered so invasive.
We catch and release
Illegal
Fishing with his
immigrant.
6-year-old son.
Aliens.
a lot of stuff.
AJ Perino is my
What, Rocky? What'd you say, Rocky?
Illegal immigrants. They're alien illegals.
Invasive illegal immigrants for sure. These fish are.
Where do they come from, though?
They're Asian. They're an Asian delicacy. Snakehead, they love cooking these fish, and that's how they
Fucking
got
Chinese restaurants
These
probably
fuckers.
brought
It's
them
hard to import this fish to Asian restaurants. So some people managed to bring some here, and they put them in the
Mhm.
water, and they made it out of. I've caught one of these fucking things before, and freaking
Chinese motherfuckers.
yeah, dude, they're nasty fish, dude. The people I was camping with when I caught it, they said it didn't actually taste that great. So I don't know why.
Ew.
mindful of the danger in the lake at Black Rock Sanctuary in Phoenixville.
It has to get taken care of because it's an invasive fish.
It is a northern snakehead, native to Asia, not Chester County.
It can really offset the ecosystem, especially here where it's like a small part of the river.
Rangers Lauren Howard and Dustin Wolf with Chester County Parks found this snakehead in the Schuylkill River last week. The species has been here for about 20 years, but experts say they still threaten the environment.
They're not supposed to be here, and we really don't know long term what that is going to have as far as what the impact will be on our native species.
Experts say the fish compete with native species for food, and they're unlike anything else found in the Delaware River watershed.
They can kind of move and slide along that grass or mud, puddle to puddle, pretty well, whereas other fish don't really have that ability.
With that risk, rangers say it's illegal to keep a snakehead alive in Pennsylvania.
if you
AJ says he and his
Oh,
son.
man.
If you catch
that was
one-
created by the Chinese. That's not even. That's an alien right there.
If you catch one, you are required by law to kill it. You are not allowed to let snakehead live in New York State or in Pennsylvania. I'll show you the one I just went and found my picture.
We have the anaconda problem in Florida.
Oh, dear Lord.
My anaconda don't want none unless you got
Check it out.
one.
That's the one I caught.
Ew. Blech.
Zoom in. Yeah.
Blech. Yeah, I'm good.
That fucking thing was as long as my torso.
Nasty.
That was a long time ago. I was excited too. I went because I had been catching little fish all weekend, and the guys were out fishing me, and they were talking shit. And I was like, we're packing up to leave. I was like, come on, God, just give me one good fish so they can stop talking shit. And I fucking pulled that bitch in. I was so excited. I went to reach in to grab it, And my friend standing next to me was like, no, and fucking smacked my arm just as it fucking started snapping at me. I'm like,
Oh,
I caught a barracuda, Kuwaiti Gulf.
and they
I
will.
caught a barracuda once with big teeth. And
Yep.
I gave it to Filipino girls and they turned it into steaks.
I don't think barracuda are known for coming out of the water and eating small dogs, though. Snakehead have been documented doing that.
I'll stick to my gators. Thank you very much.
Gators are worse. Are you kidding me? They're way bigger.
Bruv, I'm good. Those things creep me the fuck out.
I stick to my mountain lions. And
I live right outside the lake that has the largest amount of gators
I
in
hate
Florida.
snakes. Fucking snakes.
Would
the only
you
snakes
stop,
we have up here
John?
are gardener snakes.
This fucking cat's over here attacking my hair from the back of my chair.
Oh,
She's such a brat.
she wants to play.
And then I got Denizen's girlfriend in my lap.
Valkyrie.
You still there, Denny? Hi, Valkyrie.
He's here in spirit.
Yeah, I know. He's ignoring you, isn't he? Tell Denizen, stop ignoring me. Tell him. Tell him.
Danny.
Bitch.
Meow, meow, meow. You want pussy? You come down. Meow, meow.
Oh, she's a pretty girl. Oh, thank you, brat.
Beth, can I pet your pussy?
I'm dead.
Only if it's this pussy. She's the only one who gets the extra love.
Johnny
Java. I gotta let her out. She wants out of my
That
room.
was a Johnny Carson did that once to a guest. The guest had a pussycat on her lap and asked Johnny Carson, "Do you want to pet my pussy?" And Johnny Carson said back, "Move the cat, and I will."
Yeah, that sounds about right for Johnny Carson.
Yeah.
My father-in-law was on his show.
No way.
Yeah, he's a famous jazz musician.
Nice.
You know, yeah, Denizen. No, Denizen can't be out panel hoeing. There's not many panels going on. That's why we're just sitting around looking at creepy shit that lives in the water. Denizen's probably asleep.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's been going for a hot minute.
Well, he could actually. Yeah, no. Nope. I don't see him. I'm looking.
Whenever it's quiet in these streets, I see Josh over on the other side of YouTube. And it cracks me up.
What's the other side of YouTube?
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. And he's over there like pushing buttons. Today was on Chud the Builder.
Is this like what do they consider it to be? What do they call it? I don't know actually. I genuinely like
just
I was
black YouTube, I guess.
I was with the debate sphere, and then I came here to the. I hate to say here to the drama sphere, but I guess it's kind of here. Not that long ago, and I haven't really gone anywhere else.
Yeah,
I don't know how people have the time to do all that extra.
Yeah. Well, I come from there, and then but I see him, and he just cracks me up because he's over there pushing buttons. Cracks me the fuck up.
It still cracks me up that he came back from the dead.
Oh, shout out to Josh.
That shit, that fucking kills me. When I first heard that, I was on Dusty's the night that he made his big comeback. And like, I'm sitting there and he's telling the story about how this whole thing happened. And I'm like, are you really actually buying this bullshit right now? Like,
What do you
after
think
panel,
about it? What do you
I
think
stuck-
about?
Like, yeah, no. Good. What, Rocky?
What do you think about mutated people, like that have 3 fingers and 1 thumb, or like mutated deer? What do you think?
What do you think caused it, Rocky? Is it Nephilim?
Now they're
Inbred.
saying people with the 6 fingers, yeah,
That's
they're like
Nephilim.
descendants of Nephilim.
Have you seen
Biblically speaking,
that all the royalty have this symbol that, and sometimes they have the hidden hand, but it's more like they do this because some people believe this is actually 1 finger that they make it look like it's, and some people thought it was a symbol of the M for Masons, but it's really just mutants. I think they're mutants, inbreds.
Cryptids.
Well,
And
even
North
cryptids
people
fall into the Nephilim story too. I'm
they
a
also have
nerd
weird
with the Nephilim shit, like the
part of
Nephilim. Hang on
part
for a
of the-
second. I'm responding to RLM real quick. Hang on. Yeah, when it comes down to the Nephilim stories, like I am stupid nerdy with that stuff just because I find the stories absolutely fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
And I read the non-canonical texts like Jasher and Enoch and Jubilees and all the additional ones. And so the Nephilim stories, like that's where all of your cryptids, your 6-fingered, your the eggheads, the cone heads.
Mm-hmm.
Those especially, that seems to be like something that was passed down through females that carried the Nephilim genes, supposedly. And it's the males that have the uninhibited growth situation where you get your giants.
Right.
But I find it fascinating.
Mhm.
I've seen some really good arguments for it too, like ways that it's like possible, theoretically possible. That's a good way to put it. I don't necessarily believe all of it, except to the point of that's where we get our demons from, because most people don't realize there were 2 rebellions in heaven. Satan fell alone. So yeah.
What do you think about the little season?
Satan's Little Season. That one fascinates me as well. Rocky is big. Like he's got the info when it comes down.
I'm leaning towards the little season. I'm sorry. The more I look
I
into
know,
it.
right? I'm starting to be like, that kind of makes some sense. What up, Crack Baby? Good to see you. You should come on up. You're a lot of fun to have on.
Baby.
And you missed the lamprey and the snakehead.
Fuck that. I'm not doing that again.
We won't do it again.
Now Donna's gonna make sure that it becomes like a video every time.
Oh my god.
Just to torment me.
There we go. I'm gonna have to talk to Tootie. The RLM video is gonna definitely include some.
Oh Lord, here we go.
You're gonna be the lamprey queen walking a gator on a leash.
I'm dead. I can't. Nightmares.
Have you seen the royal families and their claw and their hidden hand that they show?
Rather than talking about that, how about Satan's Little Season?
Satan's Little Season is evident when your leaders are showing you that they're mutants and there's some kind of secret about who these people that are deceiving us. We're in the age of deception.
Yep.
Which is what we're in. And they celebrate 1776, the light bearer, Lucifer, the light bearer with its chain broken loose.
Yep. Or the Statue of Liberty, aka.
We can all feel something's going on right now. Like people are waking up to the lies, and they're going to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Illuminati. Was created the same year as the celebration of the liberation of Lucifer from the pit. And there's evidence of free energy that they hide from us, similar to the nuke system where they tell you that nukes are bad for you. But there's free energy.
What would we have to look towards to establish that we are in Satan's little season? Like, what would tell us that we are?
Well, a clear reading of the scriptures, if you read it, I can give you like 20 scriptures that says that Jesus says he's communicating to those people at that time. He says, this generation will not pass before all these things happen. Now, either Jesus was lying to that generation, or a generation is like 2,000 years, 2,000 year generation. What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, and it also says in the very end of Revelation, it says, seal not up this book, for the time is at hand. And Daniel was told to seal his book up for 490 years. And then Christ fulfilled the Daniel prophecy.
Correct.
And then Jesus said, this some of you standing here will not pass before all these things happen. It's an age, the end of an age. And then it says after the millennial reign, it says in Revelations 20 that there'll be a short season after the millennial reign. That has to happen, right? It said in the Bible.
Did you look at, I was telling you about a channel with a pastor who teaches exactly what you're saying, that we are in Satan's little season. Did you go watch that channel? Oh, hang on, don't turn your camera off yet. Hello, you can turn your camera off if you'd like to. I'm going to add you. Hello, my dear.
What's up, Beth? RLM, Rocky, and Dennison.
Hello.
I don't know if you saw in chat. I was trying to tell you, RLM, I really enjoyed your stream on Satan's Little Season. I did catch that.
Thank you.
And I had to join you guys because you're on all my favorite topics real quick. And just to say, you were talking about the free energy, and you guys have heard about all these scientists / NASA workers coming up missing, or DEA numbers up to. I think that backs up what you're saying, Rocky. Chances are that some of these guys know about this energy, and they don't want them to tell us. They don't want us to find out. So they're either, I don't know, missing or gone, or, I mean, some of them are off the earth, but some of them are only missing. It's some really wild stuff when you go down. They just go hiking and leave their phones and stuff and disappear.
Something's coming down. You feel it. There's a storm coming.
Yeah.
And some of you people aren't ready. You're still living in the city. The power goes out, your water goes out, your sewer goes out. And I'm not spreading fear, because it's just what it is fulfillment of prophecy. Satan's little season has to go about. It's part of prophecy, and it's going to end. There's nothing to be afraid of. We all know who wins in the end. But,
well, it is an interesting thought, but we don't know 100% we're in it, though, right? Nobody can actually 100% know. But I could see the argument.
Yeah.
The evidence of worldwide. Do you know the pillars on these? So they kind of look like Roman Greek cathedrals with the big domes, and they're all held up with marble pillars.
Yes.
And the pillars represents a kingdom, and on top is a crown. And that crown represents the king of that kingdom. And all the crowns on these pillars are the name of the flower or the wreath. Because normally, you know how a king would put a wreath around, like a conquering.
Yes. Yeah, their sigil.
Sigil would be the sign that they stand.
Well, the name of the flower is the name of the flower on all these great cathedrals that glorify God it's called a thorn. It's a thorn bush. So like when Christ was given the thorns around his head for his crown, these are the same flower that represent on all these beautiful cathedrals that they say were built in the 1700s, but we know that nobody built those motherfuckers in the 1700s.
Nope.
They were already there, and
Yep.
all of them have a crown of thorns around the top. Evidence that Christ reigned, and that these were built by the saint or the resurrected saints, and possibly good angels who knew how nature works, and maybe they could make rock moldy, or they had knowledge of how true nature works. We can't build them motherfuckers.
Well, no, it was us humans during the reign of Christ. If you think, I mean, if you think about it, we were just we were as we should be with the
right, because we had freedom, true freedom, and we
exactly. So I mean, it wasn't. I mean, it was us during that time.
Here, I found a quick 5-minute video. I just looked up proof that we're in Satan's little season. You want to watch it real quick?
Sure.
I mean, we might as
well, 2 years ago when I first brought this up, everybody said I was crazy, and now it's getting exposed. It's getting exposed for.
So then you should be happy, Rocky. You called it before anybody else did.
I am happy. I am happy.
Very good.
Could it be a possibility that we are living in Satan's little season? If you don't know what this is, it is the time after the 1,000-year reign of Christ, and Satan has been released to deceive the nations once more. If that sounds crazy to you, just hear me out. It sounded crazy to me at first as well. But let's consider the fact that Jesus had literally told those standing in front of him that some would not taste of death till they saw his return. There are many more verses that just don't make sense if we have been waiting for over 2,000 years after these things were spoken. When I had first heard about this, I thought that a lot of people were just saying that the reason they believed this was because of all the wonderful architecture that had been left behind. I truly think that a lot of people just take all this for granted and never really question how all this could have been built in light of the fact that at the time, all these people were riding around on horse and buggy.
For real.
If anything, what it does for those of us who are paying attention is that it gives us perspective. Now, what I mean by that is it shows us the vast contrast between the people and the buildings around them. Another thing, there is also something called Lichtenberg figures that can be found all over the earth. Now, a Lichtenberg figure is formed when there is an electrical discharge, and this has been replicated in real time so we can see the similarities, and people have done these tests. What's really interesting is that it also appears as if 1/3 of the earth has been burned up, just as the Bible says in Revelation. 1/3 of the earth is literally desert. Can it be a coincidence? Maybe. But how many coincidences do we need to see before we start realizing that something catastrophic may have happened in our not so distant past? Is it also a coincidence that where you find these Lichtenberg figures, you also find what looked like to be melted buildings? We've been told our whole lives that these are rock structures, but upon closer examination, these clearly don't look like natural formations. The evidence is right in front of us, and it always has been. The problem is that we've never known what we were looking at up until now. And once it's pointed out to you and you see it, you can no longer unsee it.
I don't understand why anybody would think that was natural. And this guy better fucking get into more than just that. Now, the 1/3 of the world being burned up, that is a really good point.
Yeah, I mean, the climate was tropical across the world. Like where Egypt is, or under all that desert, that was all tropical.
Absolutely. We have proof of it possible.
The scripture says during the tribulation, 1/3 of the earth would be burned, 1/3 would die from famine, 1/3 this and 1/3 that. Yes. They say that this happened over thousands of years, but in reality, it all happened at once, the Great Tribulation, and we have evidence that of these beautiful like I have a video in the share that shows that all these beautiful structures have the same
Okay.
crown on top of the pillars, and it
We'll play
represents
that
the
next. We'll absolutely play that next.
Never
How about
mind the
that?
crowns. There's the star forts. There's the conductor pieces at the top, which are copper gold. They're vibrational sound baths is what these buildings were because of the organs. I mean, yeah, they're all
I find it fascinating. Not just that, but limestone is a huge thing. Anybody who knows about limestone is decomposed biological material. You and me were biological material. We will someday over time become limestone. It's just that simple. And when you consider that, what was it? There's scripture about this, about coating things in limestone.
Yep.
There's a way to turn other materials into rock, like through petrification, through fertilization, add yeast to.
Oh shit, Rocky, you're not doing. Rocky, send me the link for that video and close it because you're freezing now.
I would say my lunch break gives you the deepest dive as far as like old buildings, old civilizations, dates. Like he goes.
How long is it? Let's watch it.
No, I mean
I think you should watch
over 100 video.
Hang on,
show
Rocky, hear me out. Your camera now, it keeps freezing up and you keep freezing. Put that link in the back chat and I'll open it.
Yeah.
That way it's not slowing you down.
Could I introduce another thought
Yes.
for you guys? This is something I was wanting to try to articulate because it was done by a pastor, something I had never thought about, and I'll probably mess it up, but I'll do my best.
Okay.
As far as in the Bible, when the angels were the fallen angels, right?
Yep.
Only some of those fallen angels mated with the humans. Only some, not all. And the ones that mated were put down below hell into a place called like Tartar. Anyways, what I had never considered was the ones that weren't put under hell or in hell and chained up. And I started, the pastor basically started to piece together the thought that this alien disclosure, this, that they're getting ready to give us are going to be those Nephilim. Or not Nephilim. They're going to be the fallen angels that never mated with the women at all.
Yes.
That blew my mind because I never considered the thought.
I co-sign that 100%. That
blew my mind. I was like, oh my God, I never even thought of that.
And here's the other thing: the leaders of the Nephilim, right? The main ones that were in charge.
Okay, wait, real quick. The Nephilim are the ones that were born, right? The Nephilim are the
Nephilim are the ones that were born. So yeah, the leader fallen angels, right? So the parents are angelic beings.
Mm-hmm.
The Nephilim are their offspring. The Nephilim become what we know today as demonic spirits.
The good news. The good.
Hang on one second, Rocky. So the fallen angels, who were the leaders of that rebellion, the second rebellion in heaven, which they let out like 200 angels. That's what it says in Enoch. They, if I'm not mistaken, you have several that are there's like 4 in the Euphrates River, and then the rest of them were all like sent to the planets. One of them in particular, like the main leader, the big guy who it was his idea to begin with. There's scripture about him being locked up in a hexagonal prison, and like the details of it is absolutely mind blowing because the North Pole of Saturn. If never seen it before, guys, you should look at that one. That one's like, we know that at that time could not have described it the way that they did, but the fact that they were sent to planets like that absolutely like backs up the idea of of the alien invasion actually being maybe some of those 200. So
right, and that's in the Bible, or that's because I also read Enoch and the other books as well, but I'm not sure if you're saying that's.
And they came down to Mount Hermon in the Universal Studio pictures. It shows you 22 stars that came down to Mount.
Yep. And Mount
anyway.
Hermon, I've seen Mount Hermon. It's
The Bible mentions 22 of the heads of the 200 were ranked and given ranks. Some were leaders, 22 leaders.
Yeah, I find all of these things so interesting. I think it is all there for us. And I think that's why these scientists and NASA people, they have information and they don't want us to have that information. They want to keep it from coming to. Otherwise, why would you get rid of all of them? 16 is a big number. And I don't know if it's going to. And then there's people that want to say stuff that are afraid. If I knew something for certain from like a job, I'd be afraid to speak out too. With everything going on, you're like, well, the last 16 people that tried, I wouldn't want to say anything either.
Right. And then didn't they like excavate Nimrod's tomb too? From like, are they doing some crazy shit over there with that stuff?
I'm looking for that, by the way, real quick.
We're into
because I can't remember which one talks about the hexagonal
transhumanism, black rock at the North Pole. You got evidence of black rock being hidden at the North Pole, which could be the camp of the saints, because Jesus keeps his enemy near him. So he's got black hole, the pit, bottomless pit, black rock.
You say transhumanism reminds me of Matt Gaetz saying that they had programs, they were breeding them intentionally. They're breeding. They were calling. Yeah, and he said that in front of the world. So like that's out there now, you know.
Right.
Deep underground military bases.
Giants.
And they have cloning facilities. And my theory is that they're going to use their human-made flying saucers to make you think that when the New Jerusalem comes down, you're going to think it's the mothership of aliens.
Yeah.
And it's going to be the shape of either a cube or a pyramid, and everybody's going, oh, look at it's the Illuminati. It's the enemy. And so they're going to use these alien spaceships and attack it. And the demons are going to say, we need to attack this bad mothership. It's going to be like Independence Day. And we're going to bring it down. And it's the New Jerusalem coming down. And they got you thinking that that's a theory. Or it will be, it might be in the North Pole right now, and it'll become visible. That's why they have Trump is interested in Greenland, and they're all interested in the northern territory because they want to surround it. It says that the camp of the saints will be surrounded right before anyway, the good news is it says that the tribulation was the worst that would ever come, and that it would be nothing like it. And so we know that's past, and our future is as bad as what they had before.
Welcome back, Mel.
Hello.
Mel, how much do you know about the fallen angels and the Nephilim and Satan's whole season and all of that?
Well, you see, because I'm actually quite ignorant, I'm able to write my own lore about it. So I'm actually a self-prescribed expert.
Really?
There's a show called Has Been Hotel, and that's going to be what I defer to.
With that show. My daughter likes that show a lot. Oh, there it is. Where do they find that?
What are you looking for?
Where the writing is about the hexagonal prison that ends up getting associated with, I believe it's Saturn's North Pole. I know a lot of it. You can actually look even to like the writings of some of the oh my god, I'm totally blanking right now. Like the Romans and the Greeks, right? There's a reason why they name the planets the things that they do. And all of those names actually get associated with the fallen angels. And they end up becoming as gods to the polytheistic religions. And there it is.
It was on the tip of the tongue.
It was right there. And like, oh my God, I read so much about this. And then, so when I have a brain fart about it, it's like, oh, I get disappointed. But we've got 2 minutes left of this video. Let's finish it. And then I've got Rockies.
There is also historical proof from first century writers who recorded many miraculous events that happened at that time. Josephus recorded that, quote, chariots and troops of soldiers in their armor were seen running about among the clouds and surrounding of cities.
Yeah.
Another historian named Tacitus recorded, and I quote, in the sky appeared a vision of armies in conflict, of glittering armor. Another historian, Josephon, recorded also, and I quote, moreover, in those days were seen chariots of fire and horsemen, a great force flying across the sky near to the ground, coming against Jerusalem and all the land of Judah, all of them horses of fire and riders of fire. This would seem an incredible account if it was only stated once. But here I have presented 3 accounts outside of the biblical account that seem to support events mentioned in the Bible that come to pass at the destruction of the Temple of Jerusalem in 70 AD. The Bible states that out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, a thing is established. Guys, this has always been around us and in front of us. We just never knew what we were looking for, or we never knew what we were looking at. If we don't know our past, then how can we know our present or our future?
That was not as good as I was hoping it was going to be. Let me get up Rockies. Because I'm interested in this whole thing about this thorn that you're talking about. Alright, I got to get... Can you hear that right now? Just curious. Pause. I'm not showing it. Are you guys still there?
I know he's only got like
There you go.
six videos, and I don't know if this is the exact one, but these are old world millennial. The Erie Canal. This is Erie Canal. So this is worldwide.
All right, we're not gonna watch the whole 20 minutes, right?
I don't know where. I'd have to find it where it talks about the I'll try to find the one with the flowers.
So what was the point of this video to address?
He's just showing the flower symbolism at all the top of the pillars. But let me look.
The rosette, right? That's what they call them, rosettes.
Yeah, the
rosette was also featured on ossuaries back in ancient times. In fact, oh gosh, what's his name? With he was the leader of the Sanhedrin there, who sent the one who turned Jesus over to the Romans. What is his name? I'm blanking it.
Barabbas? No, Barabbas is the one that they chose over Jesus. I can't remember either.
Yeah, this was the Jewish rabbi. He's a leader. I know this because they actually found Caiaphas. It was Caiaphas. His ossuary is, number one, absolutely stunning. It's covered in those rosettes. And what a lot of people don't know is they found 2 crucifixion nails in his tomb. And one was definitely inside of his ossuary. The other one was on the floor nearby. So there's question as to whether or not it came out when they removed the bones from it or not. But so yeah, Rocky, are you pointing towards the rosettes?
I put a short. It's a short. It's a short, so it'd be more specific.
One thing for me that makes me question the little season is when it talks about the end and it says it'll be like the days of Noah. Because I feel like we're in similar days of Noah, and that's supposed to not be after. So that's why I say, well, how can we know for sure? There's so many, I can see like things for both sides. You know what I mean? I'm kind of in the middle on this one, honestly.
Yeah. It's like a repetitive. It's kind of like repetitive. It's a cycle. Like Babylon always falls, and we know it will eventually fall. But
for what? Like the last time? I mean,
eventually, there's a cycle to where we're going through the same cycle. It's like it repeats itself. It's basically what was will be again. There's nothing new under the sun and shit like that. And
yeah. All right, here's your short.
Many times you go in large new buildings and they have a lot of the seemingly same building materials, but you'll find that in actuality, they are just facades put on. There's nothing in here that's a facade. These are all amazing marble, just solid structure. So I want you to see this dome from this vantage point. When we come into the main rotunda, you will see this rivals any dome, any room, any space, anywhere. In Italy, in Europe, any place. And you'll notice at the top, the dome has marble columns all the way around it. To get those in place at any time with any crane or anything modern, with the weight of those and put those perfectly in place, centered perfectly on standing straight up and down and perfectly spaced, would be just an incredible feat at any time, much less even get them made at any time. But we're talking about around 1910 to 1915 to have these put in place. The detail of everything is incredible. The colors, that looks to be white marble on those, but as we come down, you'll see the lions and the individual artwork.
Lions from the tribe of Judah.
As we go around, the spacing of everything, a modern contractor, you'd be lucky to get everything leveled.
But here's the problem, Rocky, is even though they use a lot of symbolism that points to like the tribe of Judah and to all of that, in the same space that they will have that, they will have taken U.S. presidents and deified them, which is blasphemous.
They've been taken over. They've been taken over by the dark side.
So it was. So you think it was? This would be more like originally meant to be biblical, righteous.
They've got some. Like the original building, the mortar is still good, but then they got some like modern day steps in front of it where the mortar's already fallen out. And so I think some of these statues might be after, like just brought in afterwards, or maybe they weren't, maybe they're just saints. And maybe
what I'm thinking about, right? When you say that, I'm thinking about, the prophecy that the evil one will stand in the place of righteousness and declare himself to be God. That doesn't necessarily have to be just one place. I would assume that, yes, of course, the Holy of Holies, but then also other places.
Well, they say they built these between 1910 and 1918 during the Depression. Give me a break. They didn't build these shit then back then. They founded them.
Especially during the Depression, I find very hard to believe.
Freemasons.
No, not quite. So
Freemasonry. That's what they call
crack
Freemasonry.
baby. I want to explain this to you. So when it talks about the days of Noah, right? You've got two different time frames that end up getting referenced a lot when it comes to these prophecies. You've got the days of Jared, which is when the fallen ones came down, okay? And then you have the days of Noah. At the time of the days of Noah, this would have been actually when most of the Nephilim were already being destroyed. They destroyed one another, most of them prior to the flood. The days of Noah is when they started messing with the genetics of the humans. Am I right on that one, Rocky and Cola? I'm pretty sure that's what it says.
The days of Noah were the days of Noah, yeah.
For me, I think about when they talk about they were drinking and marrying one another all the way up till the flood. So they were doing whatever they wanted, and it was kind of just jacked up, and everybody was just having a free for all. And that's kind of what I feel like we're doing now. Like nobody is
more than that. This was when it also says, hang on one second, Rocky. More than that, it says that they were messing with DNA and genetics. The images that God, the way that God created creatures, we're all image bearers of God, right? And that was one of the big things in the days of Noah, was they were messing with the genetic codes that God had already made and trying to create them into something else. Like for instance, growing an ear on a mouse's back, or genetically modifying your baby to make sure it has blonde hair and blue eyes,
which are things we do now.
Exactly.
And like Matt Gates is talking about these programs that we're trying to mix the genetics. So that's why when I said about when he talks about it'll be as the days of Noah, he's saying before the tribulation. So that's where
that already happened once before the tribulation, and there was a great mud flood, and then you have Pangea, and you have like the days of Noah, there was a great mud flood, because of the Rome fell and Jerusalem was destroyed, and you had the tribulation for 7 years. It burned, and there was a mud flood, and it was all because of the wickedness of the. And it was kind of like the days of Noah before the tribulation. And there's nothing new under the sun. Satan will use the same standard operation procedures, probably bring in his clones and his cloning activity and his whatever the fuck he does. I don't know, his secret orders and his secret societies, and he's doing the same shit Babylon did when Babylon fell. Babylon will fall again. Babylon fell once.
We sacrifice more babies now than I think ever in history.
It's the same old story.
The big thing is messing with the genetics, because scripturally that's what was happening during the days of Noah. Not necessarily, that the fallen ones were here. The fallen ones came down in the days of Jared.
Jesus called out
you're saying about the tribulations already happened, but biblically speaking, after that, the devil was supposed to reign for 1,000 years during Satan's little season. That's what it says. So has it been exactly 1,000 years? That's what I'm looking at.
If got it backwards. Okay.
That's what the Bible says.
During Christ died on the cross. And within the generation, within 40 years, Jerusalem was destroyed. He warned it. And then Rome was destroyed. Christ reigned for 1,000 years. And that's the time when they built these beautiful cathedrals. There was a great mud flood. And there was 1/3 of the earth was burned, melted. 1/3 there was a great mud flood. And there was 1/3. This all happened during the 7-year tribulation. And then after that, people regrouped, and Jesus reigned for 1,000 years, built these great cathedrals. After the mud flood, though, this would be around 1776.
You're right. Jesus reigns for 1,000 years.
1,000 years after 1,000 years after Christ reigned. There's a short season that we're in, and over the last 250 years, these buildings that were built during the Christ reign are now being used by the Freemasons. The Freemasons founded these buildings supposedly in the 1700s, 1800s. Supposedly they built them, but I'm saying they founded them. They found them. They founded them. They're Freemasons. They founded these buildings. They took control of them, telling you that they built them, when in reality they're hiding the fact that Christ reigned for 1,000 years. And
okay, I did misspeak, and I said that the devil reigned for 1,000 years. You're right. It's Jesus reigns for the 1,000, and for whatever reason, it's never made sense to me. They unleashed the devil and give him another chance to deceive people, and it just I misspoke. It's Jesus that had the 1,000 years of peace and heaven on earth. You're right about that.
I think the reason, and this is what made sense to me, right? Because the big question is, why give him that other chance to do it again? And it comes down to freedom of will. In order for us to have free will, for free will to exist in any way, you have to have both good and bad. If all you have to choose from is good, where's that freedom to choose to begin with, right? If everything is just good. So that answers the question of, did God not, you'll hear the argument of like, God can't be benevolent because he didn't see this coming or something like that. He didn't know that this would happen. Yes, he did know it would happen. And he had to, allow it, if you will, in order for free will to exist.
Yeah, and there's a theory about the end time judgment, the final judgment. It says, before the final judgment, it says that all will confess Christ as Lord. Maybe there is a second chance when everyone's in heaven and sees Christ for who he is. Maybe they will eventually all repent and believe that Jesus is Lord. And therefore, everyone will be saved. And it says that it's God's will that all be saved. So can God accomplish his will? I think he can.
Of course he can. And that's the thing. It is, you got to look at it. He's always referred to as our Father, and we are always referred to as, little children, right? And when you, especially as a parent, you think about having little children. It's an unconditional love, no matter what they do. Sometimes you hate having to discipline them, but it's never to some extreme, at least with good parents, because, your love is unconditional for them. There's also scripture that mentions that anything that you ask of in heaven will be granted to you. And that would include the salvation of anyone that, all it would take is one person looking down, seeing people being, disciplined, if you will, or sent to hell and suffering, and being like, stop that, save them, let all of them go. Just looking at it makes me, oh my God, you can't let this happen to them. All it would take is one person.
You can't, if you don't have darkness, you can't have light. So the darkness is to teach us about the light that's missing. So
right. And there's so many things that are written in parables, and one of them that would kind of go along with people say, well, how do people get to ask forgiveness on their deathbed? And that reminds me of the parable where Jesus was paying people to work, and one of the people got there way later. And the first two were like, why did he get the same amount as us? And I think that's what that parable was trying to explain. Like, no matter when, as long as you do it, as long as you come to him, he'll accept you. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how long it's been since you decided. But a lot of it is in parables, so it is up to people to get their own interpretation for a lot of things, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there's mysteries that says there's mysteries that God can show us, the mysteries of the light and the darkness. So uncovering the Illuminati and the Satan's little season and all this shit. God said that we would be able to understand the dark forces and that we can know they exist because there's evidence of them, and it's not all physical or logical or reasonable.
Yeah, along with the ending comes understanding.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, with what you're talking about, Rocky, a lot of that symbolism, it's like blatant, and like you're talking about Illuminati, things like this. I don't know if that's a bad word to say or not. I'm not quite sure.
I'm not sure either. I don't care. I don't think it is.
Well, there's so much symbolism, and once you see it or have see a video, and you can't even
now
watch
it's really
music.
dark.
They do the checkerboard all the time. There's just like all these symbols, and I feel like that is one of the first things that'll draw your attention is all the symbolism they put in,
It's
like
secrets. They have secrets that they know, secrets of nature. They hide it. They know that nukes are just hot rocks, and that they keep secrets and keep secrets from you about free energy, and then they rule over you with sigils. Like sigils are like John Dee used black magic, and they use sigils, stick figures, and it's the same type of sigils that are in your motherboard that nobody even knows how they fucking work. It's these people are making shit that we don't even know how the shit works and how to make it. You know how to make a chip, computer processor, or one that like a video processor where it can see your eyes and interpret your feelings and shit. Nobody knows how that shit works. It's like forbidden knowledge.
Toasty. Yes, evil would still need to exist. Sure, you can make the choice. But it's a matter of what are you choosing between, right? And that's where that comes into. You're either choosing to obey or you're choosing not to, and to go against it. Go against everything that you're supposed to do or be or believe, or, so yeah. Evil would still need to exist. Doesn't mean choice wouldn't exist, but the free will to be good or bad.
See, I think that the lake of fire was meant for the devil and his Satan and his prophet or something. It wasn't meant for man. And
it wasn't meant for man at all. God actually creates these places, but whether it's Tartar for the fallen angels, which is hell for them, right? Or the bottomless pit to hold Satan. I think Satan will ultimately be destroyed completely. Whereas it says that the fallen angels sent to Tartar, that is their eternal place. That is their hell forever and ever, created just for them. Nowhere does it say that we were ever meant to go there.
Right.
Yeah, I believe that either there's an annihilation of the unbelievers who will they'll either burn and be turned to ashes and be no more. And so it's a merciful way. There's no place where there's unbelievers burning for eternity. That would be unmerciful and an unjust God burning someone for eternity. But if you choose to reject God, you don't want to live with God, he doesn't force you. So maybe you just no longer exist.
I like the idea of annihilation. That one makes more sense to me than human beings who God has unconditional love for being tortured in hell and burning for eternity. That just doesn't fit with who God is and what the plan was.
I just wanted to ask you a question, Beth, because you said earlier that you read Enoch and Jasher, and I have the Apocrypha, and I just wondered if you have any certain places that you would suggest specifically, like in Jasher, or any certain book or place in there to certainly go over some more, because I haven't been through the whole thing. I'll be honest, I didn't just read it cover to cover. It's a big book, but I did read all the Enochs, the Maccabee, quite a few of them, and I just wonder if there's any specifically you recommend that talk about the fallen or anything specific you think really resonates.
Are you on Discord?
No, everybody asked me that. I so should be.
All right. I'll tell you what. Shit. I want to give you. I'm gonna put my email in the back.
Okay.
All right.
I'll put mine in too, just so you'll know which.
Yeah,
one's
hit me up, and in fact, I'll just give you this one, and I'll point you to some more. Another good one to have is the English translation of the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Oh yeah.
That contains like the Book of Giants, and I think the Book of Adam might be in there, or I think it's called the Trials or the Tribulation of Adam and Eve, or something like that. That's another really good one.
I was gonna buy that one, the Dead Sea Scrolls, and when I read the comments, because I always read the comments, they were like, "This is so confusing. It's not synchronous, chronologically in order. It's too hard to understand," and that's why it deterred me from buying it. But I was so gonna buy it until I read
the reason why you get people that have that opinion of it is because a lot of them either haven't read like Enoch and whatnot, and so like, or they just straight out think that it's just some fairy tale that doesn't belong anywhere near biblical scriptures.
Yeah, they're saying that Noah.
Like, this makes no sense because Jasher, Enoch, and Genesis, they're those books that the story is happening at the same time.
I definitely agree about Enoch. I haven't been as deep in Jasher specifically, but Enoch fits right in there.
Saying that Enoch, they're saying that Noah brought Enoch's book across the flood because Enoch died right before flood, right? And that so Noah would have had to brought that book across the flood with him, along with his 3 sons and 3 wives, which the 4 wives and 4 men repopulated the whole earth with mankind after the flood. And Enoch supposedly wrote a book that Noah brought across with him.
Well, either that or, the oral tradition, even to this day, is like often word for word. When the big Isaiah scroll that they found in the Dead Sea Scrolls is almost perfect, word for word, in comparison with everything that we have. So like and back then they had these books committed to memory. So for them to keep it word for word for thousands of years.
There's some quotes of Enoch by the apostles, and Jesus quotes Enoch.
Yep, Jesus quotes Enoch. Both Peter and Paul also quote Enoch and Jasher. But again, like, so people, the people who get confused by it are often people who, like I said, either don't hold any credit towards those texts, or they just don't, understand them.
Well, it confirms there's two views that the sons of God were the sons of Shem were the sons of because he covered his father's nakedness while Cain or whoever that guy was went in, and so he's like the cursed race, the Canaanite, and then you have Shem, his genealogy, and then there's the four. If you interpret the first 14 generations from Adam to Noah, it talks about the flood. It's in those four names. It's coded what the flood would come. And it's all.
Even then, you also, yeah, there's meaning on top of meaning. That shit is like layered thick.
Yeah.
And you have to understand that, like, sometimes things are put differently. Like, the way that they're going to say things is going to be different. It's going to have a different meaning for them than what you or I might have for it. Like, the idea of Noah covering his father's nakedness, there's a theory that at least one of the wives taken by Noah's sons had Nephilim DNA. And rather that, like, and this is where the curse on Canaan comes from. Okay. So it's been suggested that Canaan's mother carried Nephilim genetics, if you will. There was some corrupted DNA there, and
like Esau
the baby was born with 6 fingers. This is where the 6 fingers picks up, right? And
Esau
so it wasn't that he was covering up his father's nakedness. It was that he was freaking doing his father's wife, and so he saw his father's nakedness, meaning
Shem
his
covered
wife.
the nakedness, and Jared was the one who
saw it. And so, yeah, the other two covered for it. They covered it up to try to hide it, but in all actuality,
one of them tried to cover the shame of this nakedness, but it was the good thing to do. But the other one was the one who committed intercourse with his mother, and that's the one who,
because they needed to repopulate the earth, and his wife was producing babies with 6 fingers, which meant she herself had probably
we don't know.
What do they call it? Fucking the genes that we don't see. You know, like
the 3 sons took wives of the Moab wives.
There's a really cool look. I'll send it to you in Gmail. I'll send you the link for it. This geneticist did a breakdown of what Nephilim DNA would look like who had a better chance of actually, just like how we have the recessive genes, right? Who would have a better chance of carrying recessive genes, and who would actually present those genes. Like, females are more likely for the genetics to be recessive, whereas males, it's more likely for them to be dominant. And so therefore a female could have Nephilim genes and not have it. It's a whole interesting look at it. I'll send it to you.
Yeah.
Right.
It's like Jurassic. It's like Jurassic Park. It's like Jurassic Park. It's like the times of Noah. They were experimenting in DNA manipulation, similar to they're doing now.
Right.
They were also doing it during the time of Jesus, when Jesus called them out. You are of your father, the devil, and he said that you are gods, but you will fall like men.
You shall be.
He called them.
Yeah. What were you asking me?
I was saying that 3/15 is your birthday, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mine's 3/16, and I noticed that you had your birthday thing, and I was like, man, she'll never see this in chat. I was like, one day I'll tell her that we're like one day apart. I was pretty sure that's what it was. The
that's 15th. Badass.
Pretty close. Yeah, I love Pisces. We're the nice ones.
we are, but we're too fucking emotional.
That's true.
We're so fucking empathetic. It's ridiculous.
You know, 420.
I don't know about you. If somebody sitting next to me is sad, I'll just be like, I'm sorry you're having a bad day. Let me give you a hug. Oh, I'm bad.
Yeah, there's something with that, with Pisces for sure. I did notice that, and I was like, man, I'll tell her one day when she'll actually hear me, because sometimes
I
chat's
love
just hard to see it, you know.
I love
Anyway,
it.
Did you know who was born
glad
on
that you came up.
420? You know,
Sorry, Rob.
420. Who? You know who was born on 420?
Hitler.
Yeah.
And a friend of mine.
I was born the day after.
I have a really
420.
good friend that was born, and that's why I know Hitler was born that day, because she always tells me, you know, Hitler was born on my birthday. So it's kind of crazy.
It's 420 smoking the weed. Hitler was the weed smoker.
He needed to smoke some weed. He might have been a little less uptight. Maybe might not have unalived so many people. I don't know.
He tried to bring peace. They rejected it. He tried to bring peace.
So I'm curious what Fox is saying here in chat. Why don't you speak up instead of typing? I'm sitting here reading.
Go for it.
Oh man. For some people, evil is simply as having opposing opinions, a family truth, an extra step, and they didn't know what genes were. I suppose they used magic to mess with the genes. I would just be curious what else that you had to say on that. I wasn't being rude. I was curious.
It says in Enoch that there was a second incursion. That's where we get the second incursion.
No, it wasn't a second. I don't believe in the second. Well, I don't believe in second incursion.
The Nephilim survived and were on the ship. Somehow they came across on the boat.
With Noah's son's wives. Two of them had recessive Nephilim genes. That's what I think.
Moabites. They were Moabites.
Correct. And this is why God says it later on, kill all of them. Kill the women, kill the children, kill the animals, kill it all, burn it to the ground, because it was bad. They all carried that recessive gene within them.
I believe they could still be around, these type of people.
Well, they didn't kill them all.
Exactly. They didn't
kill them all. So there's actually,
now it's our job to, I guess we're going to be surrounded by the motherfuckers, and they're all going to burn.
Maybe you already are surrounded by them. Then
I think we are surrounded by them. That's what I'm saying. We're fucking. It's like the only thing you can't talk about is the gospel, the good spell, the God spell, or people.
You know, this is just a strange one. I'm going to have to add it in real quick. Whenever when that Greer guy did the meeting, he wanted to go to all the churches to tell them that these were not demons. They were, intradimensional beings or whatever. They only went to the Christian churches. They didn't go to any other church. And I found that interesting. Like, why? Why only Christian churches? Not, there's all kinds of other religions besides Christianity. So that was just one of the weird things. Nobody's asking that question either. Greer, the guy, he's had this encounter with aliens. He has some kind of affinity with them, and he doesn't like when people call them demonic. He says, oh no, they're not demonic. They're interdimensional, or I'm not even sure what phrase he uses, but he takes up for the aliens basically. Like, no, they're not demons. His name's Greer. I can't think of it.
Some of them
I can link too when I'm on to something.
You're definitely gonna have to send me some links on that.
Oh my God. That's where I've been, is down all these rabbit holes. That's why I couldn't help myself. I was like, I want to go up and say, because it's hard to type some stuff out, you're like, I can't type all this out.
I love it.
I don't think all of them are shape-shifting lizard clones. I think some of them are just human mutants, and they're mutated because they interbreed, and there's facial, you can see it. Some of they got weak eyes, and so I think the alien disclosure is some kind of psyop. A lot of people are going to be fooled.
Yeah.
That's why I'm so deep in this, because one thing it does say in the Bible is that there's going to be a great deception. And it says, even the elect, if it were possible, even the elect would fall for it. So I'm like, well, I don't consider myself to be any freaking genius, So I'm trying really hard to pay attention to all sides, because I don't want to fall for some kind of deception that I've been pre-warned about, got the heads up and everything. And I still feel like it's so, I can't hardly, I can see things from all angles. That a lot of different things could make sense, like the little season.
This is why I believe that the knowing the cosmology of the earth, and that there's a firmament, and that nothing can get it inside or out, and that whatever these are already here. They live among us. They're not from outer space. They might be from the underworld, but they're not from outer space. So if anyone tells you that aliens from outer space, they're fucking lying. It's some kind of bullshit.
Well, they're flooding us with disclosure every 2 weeks or so. They put another batch of things out, and I think they did put something out about them coming or going from the water.
I'll have to look at it. My son was saying that there's more stuff. Mel, I'm bringing you up, but I'm actually about to shut down here. It's 10:30, and I got stuff I need to do, and I need to sleep.
Yeah, okay, that's what I was worried about. That's why I just left, but I had a window. So anyways, have a good one.
You want to I was going to say, get that thought out. Well,
you're in.
All right. Well, thanks for having me up, Beth. It was fun.
Please come up again because you're wonderful. Love having you up. Anybody's welcome to come up if we're having a conversation that you're interested in and want to jump in on. By all means, always jump up.
Pretty stuck in this loop right now. I'm pretty stuck in it. That's the stream I caught of RLM. She did the little season. Like it's hard to ignore. It's coming from all angles, but so many people aren't even talking about it. Like at all, the alien disclosure or any of this type of stuff. It's just not even, they're talking about, well, I mean, there's war and people, that's an obvious topic, but there's other things too, But anyhow, thanks for having me. Have a good night.
Before you jump off, hang on. I'm going to throw a link that I just came across into the back chat for you. These shows tend to be really good, and this one might be interesting since you're on to like the Satan's Little Season. As a matter of fact, while I'm doing stuff, I'm going to be listening to this one, and I'm going to listen to RLM's, and there's another 2 that I'm going to send you an email. I got to find them. They're really, really
Awesome.
good.
I appreciate that. Yeah. Sometimes it's almost too hard to keep up with, but I try.
I like JC.
It's that way for all of us.
JT follows JC is a good Satan's Little Season channel. There's Jason Jack, Satan's Little Season Eschatology.
The one I just found is, I don't know who this is. It's a guy on Apollo, the original. He tends to do really good interviews. I like his interviews a lot. On that channel, if you look for the ones with Philip Shipman, he is really into the Nephilim stuff. And actually, I know him. I talk to him all the time. We go back and forth with info. But I'll send you some really good stuff, some deep rabbit holes that'll just have you just like,
For sure, I'll do. I mean, I do it already, so it's great. It'll fit right in with all the other stuff to watch.
I love it.
Right.
I love it. And again, like, thank you for coming up. I got to thank all my panelists tonight. Like,
have a good night.
Today it's been a good show. Everybody was really awesome. The conversation was great. I loved Denizen and Grid going back and forth. That was freaking wonderful. And Rocky, I'm glad that you got to let it out for a while. I enjoy hearing your opinion.
Nephilim are demons. If anyone tells you that somebody came from outer space and that they're aliens, remember, aliens are demons.
I'm pretty much starting to believe that myself, but it was nice to talk to you too, Rocky. I see you all the time. Never really got to talk to you. I don't think you're crazy. I listen to a lot of the things you say. You make a lot of sense. You got to actually listen, though, But
right.
Good night, you guys.
Good night, Cola. Good night, Rocky. Thank you for everything. Denizen, you still there?
Yes.
There he is. Were you off being a panel whore?
No.
I was talking to you earlier, and you didn't say nothing. You didn't say nothing.
Oh, I don't think I heard you.
Your girlfriend, for like 5 minutes, was up here talking to you, looking for you. See?
Oh my God! Look at that face.
Isn't she perfect? She's so perfect. Yes, you're perfect. Oh, come on.
Oh my God.
You're embarrassing me. Stop. You are. She's a good girl. But yep. I'm going to shut down. I got stuff to do. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you, everybody, for the love and the support. I appreciate all of you. I'll stream again tomorrow, and we'll have some more fun. I'll bring something funny. Yeah, Mike, she is beautiful. And Mike, let's talk on the phone soon. I will miss you. Want to catch up some. I want to hear about your trip. Everybody, Trippy is on right now, and so is AVG. So I would recommend hopping over to either one of those channels. Trippy's a good one to support, and he usually has some funny stuff. And AVG, I'm not sure what she's doing, but usually that's pretty serious. So have fun, guys.